një dy, prova. Si në gjonë? Po, të gjoj. Okej.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, let me start with a little exercise. Very simple. To say a simple welcome to each one of you here in Albania, here in this university. Welcome from UK. Welcome from Slovenia. Welcome from Montenegro, from Macedonia, from Poland, from USA, and from Kosovo. Those are the countries many of you are coming from, and welcome to us here in Albania. We can now start this conference that ELTA and KRIZU are co-organizing together. At the beginning of this beautiful event, I would like to appreciate the collaboration between two institutions which bound a vocation to impact the territory. This is quite new for our young research center. Our research center on human sciences, KRIZU, brings forward reflection on topics that highlight our humanity and its integral development in a multidisciplinarity dimension. In this sense, education and training are at the heart of our concerns, particularly here in Albania and in the Balkans. Formation and education are also at the heart of the church teaching. This is a Catholic university. And its initiative. I would like to recall and describe in the wake the global impact on education desired and promoted by Pope Francis, an initiative that is still ongoing. I would like to greet and congratulate ELTA, the English Teachers Association in Albania, and her president, Dr. Mahili, who is at the same time our collaborator in the research center here in the Catholic University. More than just opening a communication, languages open us up to cultures and place us in a new community. In her 30th International Conference, ELTA wanted to bring this theme to our contemplation, aware that societies evolve and the education and training that we trainers have to offer to youngest generations need to be adapted and revisited. Philosophy, the sciences of social organization, neurosciences, and cognitive sciences in general certainly have much to offer in this area. Thank you then for this fine extended hand to our university and to our research center to work together and offer our colleagues and our students an update that is increasingly needed. I am convinced that training in the world of education must be understood much as a culture to be established gradually. Therefore, ELTA with this conference opens a new window to KRIZU. Don't worry, this is not the opening speech of the scientific conference. Very soon, we will have a clear idea of what these 2 days together will look like. Now the greetings. Let me now give you the possibility to receive the greetings of our guests and our authorities. First of all, the host, our magnificent rector, Professor Leonardo Palombi, who accepted and allowed this moment to take place. And he came especially to participate to this conference. I'm really grateful to you, Magnifico Rector. May you take the floor.
Dear Vice Minister Dr. Albanatole, dear President Popowski, dear President Hilli, authorities, all friends and members of younger generation here, let me thank you for this important meeting on adjusting to new realities in education and exploring new ways of teaching and learning. Thank Father Apollinaire for this, for organizing this important meeting and conference. And vision and mission of education is, of course, at the heart of our engagement, and we are really deeply engaged to ameliorate and to evolve our strategies in acquiring, achieving better ways to educate young people. Let me anticipate, for instance, that this is, you know, the only university in Italian language outside of Italy. So we are very proud to stay here, and this special choice for Albania is quite meaningful of the relationships between Italy and Albania. But let me say we are applying this year to have a second language for our course on medicine, and it will be English. So let's hope to collaborate with the other organizers of this meeting. And the idea to integrate also courses in English language for us is important, to give a look to the entire region, Balkanic area region, to offer the possibility to everyone to participate to these courses. Is not the only engagement in achieving better education methods and approaches. I would like to anticipate that in our hospital all the operating rooms and all the diagnostic will be available also in the whole of the didactic activities. So students can participate to surgical operations, diagnostic, X-rays, imaging techniques, and so on, as part of their learning and training. And we are working hard to offer from the next year this kind of approach. And of course, we are very, very happy to participate on research on new methods of offering research and training. So, welcome everyone. We are really happy, and let's hope to continue our efforts in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnifico Rettore. It is always a pleasure and honor to have you among us, Miss Vice Minister of Education and Sport of the Republic of Albania, Dr. Albanatole. Your presence here is always appreciated for us, as we feel and we are convinced that you're still a part of this big family of the Catholic University. Thank you for honoring us in this international conference with your presence. You have the floor.
Magnifico Rettore, dear Rector, dear participants, dear President, distinguished colleague from the region, dear students, it's a real honor and pleasure to be here today and to represent the Ministry of Education and Sport. First of all, I would like to welcome all the professors and researchers to Tirana. The process of globalization has increasingly put us in front of the challenges of living together in a multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multilingual society. This process starts within a local territory, referring here to Albanian citizens who after a long period of immigration choose to return back to the country, as well as to foreign citizens who choose to live outside their homeland. The process of internationalization, the process of integration, is strengthened through the acquisition of language knowledge, which lower the barriers of multi-ethnic coexistence. Precisely this moment brings forth the focus on the importance of learning foreign languages. As a former student of the classic high school where dead languages were studied, I often remember asking myself what the value is of studying a language that is no longer spoken. To tell the truth, it took me a while to understand the importance. In the case of learning foreign language, it is very important instrument to put logic into action, to understand the cultural context and to make correct interpretation of the historical moment. Having said that, I think that this conference is a golden opportunity for researchers, professors, and scientific researchers to exchange their experience and learn from each other. I would like to emphasize the importance of this international conference in order to discuss jointly the challenges that we face, the result achieved, and the way ahead. For the Ministry of Education and Sport, one of our most important priority is to increase the quality of higher education through the internationalization of our universities, with the aim of opening joint or dual study programs in cooperation with the most prestigious international universities, but not only. The majority part of our universities have a consolidated culture of cooperation with important European universities, and I am glad that the institution we are today has maintained excellent relation with Italian higher education institution over the years, making it possible to exchange best practices from a country with some of the oldest university and education culture in the world. Albania would benefit from the creation of joint programs with European Union higher education institution that would affect the increase in the quality of academic offer in the country. Meanwhile, if these programs are in English, it would be attractive to foreign students whose present it would be an added value for Albanian higher education institutions. Teaching in higher education is successful if the other link of education have also functioned properly. That is, teaching in pre-university education might also be of the right standards. For this reason, the government has taken different steps to increase the figure of the teachers and to encourage students to follow this path. All research shows that the quality of teaching is a determining factor for student achievement. Therefore, our education strategy 2021-2026 pay attention to both the initial training of teachers, which take place in higher educational institutions, and continuous professional development. Teaching is a priority study field in Albania, and the government will provide financial support for both students who choose teaching as a field of study and for those who graduate in this field by supporting them through scholarship for all their study years. Without waiting to go any longer, I wish you further success and hoping that such project will not be absent at this university in the future. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. In the geographical area where I come from, it is always nice to contemplate the blossoming of so many small palms at the foot of the mature palm tree. ELTA is a partner of IATFL, the Association of English Teachers in Europe. And we have the honor to count among us the president, Ms. Alessandra Pavlovsky. Before I call her, I would like to give you an idea of who she is. Alessandra Pavlovsky is a teacher and teacher trainer with a strong passion for language and education. She holds an MA in Professional Development for Language Education from the University of Chichester, where she deepened her knowledge in skills in the field. Her interests include incorporating visual art into language teaching, exploring effective reading comprehension strategies, and creating original readers for her students. With her expertise and enthusiasm, Alexandra is committed to helping her students succeed and grow as language learners. Alexandra is the current, I told you, she's the current Vice President of IATFL, International Association of Teachers of English as Foreign Language. Alexandra, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Alexandra Popovsky, but everybody calls me Alex, so feel free to call me Alex. And yes, I'm the current president of IATFL, which is the International Association of Teachers as a Foreign Language, and the seat of IATFL is in the UK. Our members come from all over the world. We are an international global organization, association of English language teachers. And I'm very proud to be the current IATFL president because, first of all, I'm a teacher, and then I'm everything else as a professional. Because I teach on a daily basis, still after 26 years. And sometimes I don't feel like going into my classroom. I'm not in a good mood. I don't have the energy, but once I'm in there, everything just goes away, and I'm just a teacher enjoying teaching and spending time with her students. Now, I'm also very happy to be here because I used to be president of our national association, ELTA MMK, in Macedonia, and we've always worked very closely with ELTA Albania, so I've been here before. And we always have teachers from Albania at our international conferences. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for the invitation, Ilona. As teachers, I think that we need to remember that when we say the word teacher, we don't just mean someone who teaches children or adults. We mean people who open doors and windows and paths to the future generations of doctors, lawyers, engineers, and of course to the new future generations of teachers. And one thing that I personally as a teacher realized after this whole pandemic is that teaching cannot stay the same, and our profession cannot and should not stay the same. So we need to really take a look at where we were before the pandemic, where we are now, and where we are going. Because, as I said, we are the ones that open doors and windows and paths to future generations. And although we say that teachers are the agents of change, I really do believe that, because I have a friend from Brazil who said that she's a teacher and she loves teaching because she knows that she's leaving a legacy for future generations, because in every single student that she teaches, she leaves a little piece of her. So she always gives them something, shares with them something that will last for a very long time, because they will pass it on to their children, or maybe their future students if they become teachers, or maybe to their colleagues. So we are the ones that create that ripple effect. So what we do today impacts the whole future of our countries. So I hope that during this conference we will learn together, work together, and if you would like to learn more about IATFL and how ELTA Albania and IATFL can support you as English language teachers in Albania, just find me around today or tomorrow and we can have a chat. So enjoy the conference, and thank you very much.
Finally, I would like to invite Dr. Mehili, President of ELTA, to take the floor. And it will be her honor to introduce the first speaker of this afternoon. But before, allow me to say a simple thank you Thank you to the staff of ELTA. Thank you to the staff of CRISU. I hear Professor Hoti, Paulina, Professor Biscelia. I see Elda. And the staff of the university. I will really like to thank our dear administrator, Dr. Karandraya Evis, for your disponibility. We have been preparing this event for a very short time, but you have been available in giving us all what we needed so that we may have a successful event. Now, Elona, this is your time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Rector, Honorable Vice Minister, dear Alexandra, dear Father Apollinaire, and dear all teachers that are present and staff of Municipalma, welcome to 13th ELTA International Conference. I'm so happy you are here. This is a special moment for me, as this is the first ELTA International conference that is done after the pandemic, and this is my first ELTA International Conference as president. And I'm also doing this event with the support of a university that has that is very important for me, has given a lot. I owe a lot to Our Lady of Good Counsel. Thank you very much for supporting this event. And I'm so happy that I could join the two institutions, Our Lady of Good Counsel, or as we call Zoja, Mirë, because some people were asking me, where is the conference? Zoja, Mirë, we say in Albania, and ELTA Association, which is an association that has supported English language teachers for over 20 years. We have missioners who are professors and teachers from all over Albania. ELTA is made up of a board of 11 members, professors and teachers from the north, center and south of Albania who do volunteer work. And we work with the support of all our associations and the partners that we have to do this work and to help the teachers in their daily training and to improve their teaching methods and everything. We are so honored that we have the presence of ITAFL President, that is Miss Alexandra Popovsky. Thank you very much for being here, Alexandra. And we also have the support of TESOL International. We have the support of Sharing Our Language, SOUL it's called. We have the support of CD Education and Express Publishing. Thank you so much for the support. Educational Center and British International Bookshop. So all these are supporting and contributing to the success of this event. So thank you so much. I assure you that this conference will prove fruitful and informative for all the teachers who are participating in the conference titled Adjusting to New Realities in Education and Exploring New Ways of Teaching and Learning. We have an enhanced need for enlightened citizenship that is both culturally and linguistically prepared to function in today's world. Over the past decades, our world has become more independent, and new technologies have allowed us to work in close contact with all people around the world. So as relationship with countries grow, so does the need to speak a foreign language. I am sure that this conference will truly exude a diverse spirit and will be an immense success because foreign languages and especially English language is very important nowadays because as we know, English is a global language and it is spoken all over the world. So teachers of English have this important mission of creating positive attitudes and helping their students to learn this language. And by speaking this foreign language, we are creating a bridge to communicate among two cultures. So we are trying to connect the world and to have no borders. And I am so happy that in our association we have cooperation with all the Balkan countries. We have ELTA Macedonia, ELTA Serbia, ELTA Montenegro, and also Slovenia, ITAFL, Poland, and many other countries. So this is a way where teachers meet annually to share experiences and to learn on the new methods of teaching. It will also, this is a conference that is going to last 2 days. For the first day we have the plenary session in Aula Magna, so everything is going to be organized here. And later on from 4 o'clock until 7 we have the plenary session. So thank you very much, John Hurd, for coming, George Kokolas, and we have Anita Caprice, Dr. Anita, who is following us online, and Christine Kom. Thank you very much for coming and sharing knowledge with us. In the end, tonight we will also have a dinner party at 8 o'clock for all the teachers and the staff who is doing this event, organizing this event. And during this dinner party, with the support of our partners, we will have a raffle. And is going to give a prize for one of the teachers for a 2-week training in UK, a summer training for one of our teachers. And it will be announced tonight. And we are so happy that we also have the support of US Embassy here. And Mirella is present. Thank you, Mirella, for being here. And we also have the support of Relo Belgrade. So Relo is also offering 3 important training courses, TESOL courses that are very important for teachers, and they will explain tonight during the dinner party. This event would have not been possible without the support of PRISU and all the members of the PRISU that are here. So I am so happy that we have this collaboration, and we can bring in the Research Center for Human Sciences teacher trainings. So one of the missions of PRISU, or Research Center in Human Sciences, is teacher training and research. So I'm so happy that we are doing this event with University and the Research Center. So thank you, Father Apollinaire, for your support. And thank you to all the members of PRISU that are present here. Elda, Mauro, and Paulina, thank you so much. Thank you to all the staff and administrator who has been a great support, and all the administrative staff. What I can say to conclude, I will say that foreign languages study is simply part of a very basic liberal education. So it means to educate, to lead out confinement, no confinement. But foreign languages open a door to art, to music, to dancing, to film, to philosophy and science. So foreign languages are really important, and I am happy that I am going to assist and help teachers in the following years with training courses all over the year. Thank you so much for being here, and I assure you that this 2-day conference is going to be very interesting conference. Thank you. Now, before I stop my presentation, there is a short video from Relo Belgrade that they want to greet us online because they couldn't be present.
The name implies that we do regional work. So we help teachers and students, not just here in Serbia, but also Albania. And in fact, we support teachers across 12 different countries in the region. And we're just so excited that you're here, gathered to learn and share what you can.
And we just wanted to take this opportunity and welcome you to the 13th ELTA Albania International Conference, adjusting to new realities in education and exploring new ways of teaching and learning. We hope you will have an excellent and productive 2 days, and we want to congratulate the whole ELTA Albania team, and especially Ms. Elona for organizing this conference.
Also, we are happy to share that our English language fellows, Eric and Lauren, will participate in the program, and we hope that you will have the chance to take part in their workshops and see them in action. English language fellows are only one small part of our portfolio, and if you want to learn more about our portfolio and what we can do to support you, please visit our Facebook page, Relo Belgrade, follow us, like us, and you can also get in contact with us there.
Thanks everyone. Follow Minderi.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you, Relo Belgrade, and thank you to everybody for coming here today. We are going to have very interesting and motivating plenary sessions later on. So in 10 minutes break, we will start with George Kokolas, the first plenary speaker. I will say a few words now or after the break? Now. George Kokolas, who has been supporting ELTA Albania for many years. We are so happy that you are here. George has been working with, as academic director and teacher trainer for Express Publishing for at least 23 years. He is certified level 5 in advanced neuro-language coach and practicing neuro-language coaching professionally. He holds a level 5 diploma in positive psychology, and we are looking forward to listen to your presentation in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
So please, let us have a 20 minutes break. Let us have a 20 minutes break now, and we will listen to George after. There is a possibility to have a coffee, refresh. Then we come back after. 20 minutes break.
I've tried it before, so why cannot project PowerPoint? All right, okay, okay. I hope it's gonna be fine. All I wanted is this there. Do you know about the microphone? If we have lapel, do you have lapel?
No, we have.
Okay, let's stay here then. You have this? I want this. So I can actually. Only this. Okay, all right. No. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. 1, 2. maybe they have some screensaver or something.
Yes, 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 yes. There is someone.
Okay, no problem. No, because I haven't sent it. No, no. I wasn't told this. Ah, okay. Ah. Yes, that's the presentation. That's the presentation. No, just some photos. There is one video in the end, the one with the programmet. Okay, so I need the sound for this. The rest is fine. Okay, I think it's time to start. Maybe the 20 minutes are over, but anyway, it doesn't really matter because today it's a great day for me. As Elona said before, I've been coming to and I've been supporting ELTA conferences since 2008. So today it's even an anniversary for me because I'm actually completing almost 15 years back to back, even online presentations for ELTA almost every year. I've been trying to support this association. And I can tell you that not only because of this plenary, but there are only positive things and good things that you can take from participating in a conference like that, becoming member of an association like that. Elona told you about the introduction and who I am. Some of you may already know me. Some of you may have already seen this presentation as well, but it doesn't matter. I would actually like to extend the salutation and tell you that you have a very, very warm welcome from Thistle, Greece, that I'm also a member at large. And very soon, maybe, I don't think I have to say that, but anyway, I don't think there's anything wrong. We will strengthen the bonds between ELTA and Thistle, Greece, as well as we already affiliates, but maybe we will try to renew our vows, as we say. Anyway, the ZEST vaccine. The ZEST vaccine is a talk that I've been giving for over a year now. Some of you, as I have said, may have seen it before. And I had many chances and many opportunities and many different moments that people came, but we want to watch it again and again because we get always something positive. And one thing is for sure, you are not going to get vaccinated, so don't worry about that. But if you feel like that, it will definitely be with positive emotions, because this is what this talk is all about. It's about positive education and how you can create a positive atmosphere in the classroom, but this time from the perspective of positive psychology. We are going to talk a lot of science here today, and of course we're going to focus on ZEST. ZEST means excitement, means enthusiasm about learning, about anything that you do. And today I will try to prove to you that this is not simply a matter of your character. Zest and positive emotions are not simply things that either you have them or not. This is a misconception. We all have this positive side, and now science tells us that there are so many different things that we can simply let it out, show it more. And if this becomes part of the classroom and of education, then we have a wonderful mix, we have a wonderful combination. If you ask me, I think this is what the classes need today. After the pandemic, they need a really nice shot, a really nice vaccine of enthusiasm, zest, and that's why I called this talk just like that, because back then it was the pandemic, there were the vaccines, the AstraZeneca, the Pfizer, whatever, so I said, why not having a vaccine about zest? So, let's start and take the things one by one. As I told you, zest is not simply a trait or a characteristic. There is a lot of literature about it. There are many articles. There is a lot of research going on. And for the first time, it appears in an academic context through this particular circle here and diagram, this infographic. Here you have the character strengths as they were defined by Peterson and Seligman. We're going to talk about Mr. Seligman a lot today. He is the father of positive psychology, and he defined these 6 different character strengths. And as you can see, zest belongs under the umbrella, let's say, of the character strength of courage, along with bravery, honesty, and perseverance. Now, as I said in the beginning, the theory is, and the assumption, if you like, that we all have these characteristics. Some of us have some of them more developed than others, okay? But everything that you practice in the classroom or in your life, dealing with these characters, you are within the zone of positive emotions. You are within the zone of positive psychology. And it's definitely, definitely good, and something even better will be generated through this process. If you want to find out more about positive education, you are all more than welcome and invited to attend my last talk for today that we are going to be more specific about it. However, talking about the character strengths, if you want to find which two of these character strengths are the most dominant within you, you can actually visit this particular site, the VIA Institute of Character. There is a test there, no more than 20 minutes. Once you take the test, you will see which one of these character strengths you have more developed. Mine was love and zest, and that's why I decided to talk to you about this today. However, I will start with the basics, and I would like to define a misconception that once my friends started finding out that I deal with positive psychology, they became a little bit sometimes ironic, and no matter if they were ironic or if they were serious about, that was the first question and the first statement that they would actually come out from them. Oh, George, you are always positive, you have a great sense of humor, you are telling jokes, it's very natural that you want to study positive psychology. And I said, guys, no, this is not about this. Positive psychology, I don't know if you know this Paulo Coelho thing, that if you like something very much, if you want something very much, the whole universe conspires that this is going to happen. That's not positive psychology. This is positive emotions and positive thinking up to a point. Positive psychology is, of course, trying to be positive, but at the same time, it's exactly what you can see on the screen right now. It's also thinking and accepting the negative. Positive people are not people who are somewhere, in an outer universe, not having touch with reality. They acknowledge adversity, they face adversity, they face negativity, but a different mindset. And what I will try to show you here today is this is what is happening not only in life, but in our classrooms many times. And maybe this is what our kids are lacking. They are not trained to face when things go bad, when things go south, as they say in the United States. And that's when people are blocked, that's when they start, thinking negative things, have negative feelings, and that's maybe when they react in a not very positive way. Actually, what I'm talking about comes from this particular book, and that's when I will try to debunk this misconception. Does anybody recognize the man in the picture? Michael Phelps, thank you. Does anybody know where was this picture taken? Tokyo, no. Olympic Games, because you can see the 5 circles? No. This photo was taken during the Olympic Games of China in 2008. And this particular photo was from the award ceremony of the 200 meters butterfly style. Now, during these Olympic Games, Michael Phelps won 6 golden medals and broke the world record twice. The 200 meters butterfly was one of the races that he actually accomplished these 2 tasks, world record and golden medal. However, very few people know, or very few people remember, that during that particular race, when Michael dived into the pool, his goggles filled up with water. He couldn't see a single thing. He finished 200 meters of butterfly style completely blind. And of course, many people didn't realize even then, back then, but his coach, people who were dealing with swimming and they were experts, immediately they found out and they realized that he practically achieved a miracle. So during the press conference, one of the journalists asked him, Michael, how did you do it? You couldn't see one single thing, and you won both the golden medal, and you broke the world record. And Michael looked at them and said, but it was very easy. I had a plan B. This brings me back to Mrs. Gabriel Oxygen in this amazing book, which is called Rethinking Positive Thinking. He came up after a lot of research with the idea of mental contrasting. Mental contrasting is practically this, is a little bit the Paulo Coelho syndrome, but twisted. What Mrs. Oxygen says is that it's okay if you have a dream, if you have a wish. I want to be rich, I want to be famous, I want to be successful. It's great when you visualize the outcome, how this will happen. But up here, it's the Paulo Coelho. The good thing, the real thing starts after. You need also to visualize the obstacle. And not only that, you need to visualize the plan, how to overcome this obstacle. In this book, the research after many years proved, either you believe it or not, that in 90% of the cases, that the people who had the problem and they were frustrated about it, once they went through this practice, 90% of the times they found the solutions to their problems. Which gives me an idea that this is all about perspective. It's all how you see it. We have our own solutions. We can become more positive. We can train ourselves to overcome even when our goggles fill up with water when we swim or any other kind of adversity. That's the idea of mental contrasting, and it's not only about thinking positive, it's about thinking how I can overcome the negative as well. Another piece of literature, another book that I highly recommend, where zest appears again, is the one by Carol Dweck called Mindset. And it's in that particular book, because I have copied exactly her words, that if you want to have this growth mindset embodiment, we're going to talk about this in the next talk as well. Embodiment is very important. For teachers this time, that is us, you need to have zest for teaching and learning. This is number one. In other words, we cannot enter the classroom and not be enthusiastic about what we do. And you know why? Because these feelings are contagious. If the kids see me, entering the classroom like this, bored or not wanting to deliver the lesson, they will feel the same. An openness to giving and receiving feedback, and of course an ability to confront and surmount obstacles, which is again the positive mindset. We need to establish these steps if we want to have a growth mindset, which means we develop, we move forward. Otherwise, we will always going to be stuck, complaining, whining, why this is happening to me, why it's not happening to other people, and all this multiplication of negative feelings as well. Bottom line, definitely you are going to face some obstacles in the classroom, even obstacles when you try to generate some zest. Today, we're going to see how we can actually deal with them and maybe maximize our innate zest for learning, how we can actually generate this feeling. Now, how many of you have you been into a classroom like this? Everyone wants to participate, kids are raising their hands, I want to say about the lesson, I want to participate. You've been to a class like that, right? Right? Okay. How many of you have you been to a classroom like this? Every day? Okay. I'll accept it. Because that's exactly my point, my friends. What I want to say is that no matter if you are a teacher, a parent, or a human being, these are, number one, non-permanent. I repeat, non-permanent. They are not going to be forever, and they are very natural states for everyone. Even for you, for me, and for our students. Even me, if I won't try to maintain and catch your attention until the last minute, you may be like, these guys here at the left side as you see. You may fall asleep. It's very natural. I'll take it. I'm not going to misunderstand it. It's happening. So what I'm saying here is let's accept the fact that it's going to be maybe this or the other way and stop putting the blame on the children. And this is very much connected to what another, he doesn't know that he's my mentor, but I have read all his books and I had the chance to meet him many years ago in the USA, Tim Murphy. Tim Murphy, before even positive psychology was invented, he was one of the first teachers who was talking about positive emotions in the classroom. And he talked about this amazing idea, the roller coaster of knowledge. Practically what he said is that every time you try to learn something new, English, French, maths, chemistry, whatever, you cannot have a linear way. We do not work like this. We are humans. We have ups and we have downs. We have good days and we have bad days. And this is very normal. It's happening all the time. Up, down, up, down. Try to think every time that you get into the class that you might have and your students may have a day like that. It's very natural. There might be several roller coasters rolling at once. There might be the English roller coaster. There might be the chemistry roller coaster. There might be another subject roller coaster, and it's very personal. So what works for me might not work for you and vice versa. I think as educators, we never forget that and accept it as a fact that it simply might happen. Some of the reasons why this is happening is what you can see right now on your screens, and I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. Sometimes it's lack of understanding. That is why I always say to the teachers, no matter what you teach, always double check. Feedback questions. Do you want me to repeat something? Is there something that needs, it hasn't been understood? Do you need some extra work? Never fail to check in. It's a natural human process. Because if you let these moments be skipped in a way and you fail to check with them again and again, then these students will never raise their hands maybe and say and ask you to repeat it. So always double check that everything has been understood. Sometimes we do have negative emotions that may come outside from the classroom. And sometimes the kids may be not be in the mood. Definitely we cannot control all of that, but what we can control are the negative emotions that might be procured from the very same lesson itself. And I'm talking about progress. If I come into an English classroom for 5 or 6 years and I cannot progress and I cannot move on and I cannot actually feel that from A I went to B and from B to C and so on and so forth, this will create some lack of confidence. And when you have lack of confidence, you also may have negative emotions. So it's our jobs to double check again. We have set some objectives in the beginning. Have we achieved them? How are you feeling with that? Do you need me to go through something else? There is no point covering the syllabus if students haven't understood what you're saying. I still won't forget, back in Summit Express Publishing Online 2022, we had Stephen Krashen. And Stephen Krashen, the first thing that he said on camera was, and actually he asked me, George, will you ever be able to learn something without understanding it first? And I was looking at him like that, because he said the simplest thing, that it was so spot on when it's come down to learning a foreign language. You cannot learn something if you haven't understood it first. And that's exactly what may generate negative emotions. Fatigue. Some of our students might be very tired. So it's not only English, there might be extracurricular activities, there might be this overload of materials. So give them a chance to take a break, like a quiz, like a project, something that breaks the routine. But as I say to all the teachers, no matter where they are, when you make up your minds about these activities, make it always relevant to your lesson. It's not about downloading irrelevant activities from the internet. It's what we call in methodology integration. Yes to a different task, yes to something that breaks the routine, but it has to be linked to what we teach every day. And this is something that I'm sure you can work it out. Sometimes it's information overload and not enough time for recycling, which you can use some videos. Sometimes it's competition for attention. Alexandra also has some wonderful talks about graphic novels, and he talks about how important they are when you teach English. Okay, anything with visuals, anything that can attract their attention can actually work towards this idea. Bottom line, make your students aware and encourage them to ride on their own roller coaster. It can happen. It will be up, it will be down, but this is, adversity number one that you can face as educators. Now, you can see my next question, and my next question goes to you. So if I ask you, what do you think? Are you a Cézanne or a Picasso? How many of you do you think that you are Cézannes? Raise your hands. Cézannes? Nobody? Picassos? You're a Picasso? Okay. Now, why I'm asking you this? I'm asking you this because I don't know if it has occurred to you. Many times, students come to me and say, I didn't write the composition, I didn't do the project because I had no inspiration. I didn't know what to write about. And every time I come across this question, I look at them and I'm asking them this question. So, are you a Cézanne or a Picasso? And of course they're looking to me dumbfounded like that. Now, why I'm telling you all this? This idea comes from this particular book, Old Masters and Young Geniuses by David Gallenson, and he was the first person that actually gave me the answer to what is happening when you have no inspiration at all, when your mind is completely blank, when you want to create something and you don't know where to start from. And it's in that book that he actually defined that we have two kinds of inspirations. We have an inspirators. We have the conceptual innovators and the experimental innovators. Cézanne was an experimental innovator. If you go to the Cézanne Museum in Holland, you will see pictures that Cézanne needed even something like 1,000, he produced 1,000 different drafts before he actually came up with the final one. Cézanne was struggling with his inspiration. Nothing came easy. He had to try again and again and again. On the contrary, Picasso was quite the opposite. Picasso painted Guernica within 3 days. He got this vision of this village massacre. He went there and he painted it. The same stands for Van Gogh, Jan Vermeer, Herman Melville, James Joyce, Orson Welles, and of course Sylvia Plath. They were conceptual innovators. They had the vision and they went out there and they produced. However, Alfred Hitchcock, Jason Pollock, Michelangelo, Rembrandt, and of course Virginia Woolf and Robert Frost, they were the experimental innovators. These people struggled with their inspiration. It didn't come easily. They had to paint again and again. They had to be locked up in their rooms for endless hours before they come up with something, like a decent production. And that's exactly what I'm telling you to say to your students and to yourself sometimes. That if you have a bad moment, that if you cannot be inspired, simply think about Cézanne, think about Robert Frost, and tell to yourselves and to your students, no matter if you're the one or the other, you are simply awesome. Because if you keep on trying, inspiration will definitely come. And this is the other idea and the other concept that it's also part of Carol Dweck's book that I showed you before. Effort is the key to production. Effort is the key to success. If you stand like that and wait for something to come, it's not going to come. And this is more like the Paulo Coelho. You need to try in order even sometimes to be inspired. The next idea for today comes from this gentleman, who is not an academic. His name is Tony Schwartz, but he has this amazing project which is called the Energy Project. And that was actually a debate that I have been having with many of my friends, that they complain a lot and many times about not having sufficient time. So practically, what Mr. Schwartz said was that the dominant ethic for the last 200 years is that if we have many things, more, if things are bigger, pompous, loud, and if they are happening in a fast pace, this equals to better. What this gentleman has proved is that actually if you follow this equation, you convince yourself that things are better. And if you want to apply this equation to education, think about it. We have more qualifications, more certificates, more proofs that we know. We have packed curriculums. We put this, we put that. We never think whether the students can actually afford learning all these things, and if the human brain can actually store and save all this information. We have excessive testing, which has a lot about milking the cow, not feeding the cow with knowledge. And we have fast-track intensive courses, the faster thing. Learn Japanese in 3 months. Learn English in 15 days. And what I'm trying to tell you here is the concept of what Brian Robinson called as time gluttony. And I have so many friends saying, oh, I wish I had more time, I wish I had more time. You know, I cannot make it, I cannot make it, I wish I had more time, I could do more things. Friends, no matter where you believe, if God himself could actually come down to earth, it's exactly what you can see on the screen. 24 hours in a day, 160 hours in a week, 8,736 hours in a year. It doesn't change. Time will always be the same. The problem is not time. The problem is energy. And what Mr. Schwartz is saying is that we are facing a personal energy crisis. We need to manage our energy rather than our time. Sometimes, the majority of times, we stretch beyond that limit. We cannot take it anymore. Remember, I talked to you about fatigue. We are not created to work like computers. If I come after 1 year and we still have this computer will go pop, 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 pop. It will go on forever like that until it breaks down at a certain point. Humans are not like that. Your students are not like that. They have the roller coaster and they are thinking in a spiral way. Humans go there, then they might go there, then they might go up, they might go down, and this needs a lot of energy. And Mr. Schwartz, which might be another talk as well, he defined the 4 sources of energy in the human system. The physical energy, which means your body. I cannot perform the same like I used to do 20 years ago. It's very natural, okay? The same may stand with you, or because of a personal issue, you may not endure as much as you can actually, the program demands you to do. The spiritual energy, which has to do with your mantra, it has to do with your meaning. Why are you doing this? Why are you here? Why are you going every day to this particular job? Why you chose this particular job? What is your greater cause in a way? Your emotional, how does this make you feel? Because if you don't like what you do, this creates more negative emotions and you can never get out from this loop. And the mental, which is the focus. If you are always distracted, if you cannot focus on what you are doing, this is very draining. It costs a lot of energy. And what I'm trying to suggest here is that with our students, we can always have these periods of periodization. I mean, don't forget they are humans, and that's exactly what the professional athletes do. The professional athletes like Michael Phelps or any other professional athlete, they do not perform all the time at top speed or at top performance. They take good times of rest. They stand back, sometimes they simply savor and they save energy. And all I'm saying is that talking about zest, you cannot have zest without energy. And every time you feel that your classroom needs something like that, simply take a break back, okay? Give them a break, a silent time activity, something different that maybe will actually recharge their energy. Because sometimes zest and excitement does not come because of that. Being a non-native speaker of English, I always, I've been some traumatic, let's say, experiences when I was a kid. I mean, I don't know if the same happens still today, but I remember that I had this fear of making a mistake, of raising my hand and saying something in English, because the other people would actually make fun of me. I always had this fear, what is going to happen if I make a mistake? And I believe this may actually discourage students from participating in our classes. I'm going to give you two quotations. The first one comes from the Academy, from Beebe and Selinger. Learners are sometimes stopped not only by their errors, but also by their fear of making them. I don't know if you have students like this, or maybe you were one of these students, but it's very natural. And I'm going to give you another one from Ethel Barrymore, who was the mother of Drew Barrymore. This particular phrase came after a performance. When she was on stage, she forgot her words. So she said, okay guys, at the press conference, nothing wrong. You grow up the day that you have your first real laugh at yourself. So what I'm trying to say is try to have a different culture regarding mistakes. Try to value your mistakes. Your students cannot learn without making mistakes. Nobody has learned without making mistakes. So I would actually like to change the culture, change the meaning of mistakes, which means that you might want to say, since the first day, in this English class, mistakes are allowed. Make as many mistakes as you can, because that's how you learn. This changes the perspective and creates a very stress-free feeling. Laugh at your mistakes. Every time somebody makes a mistake, instead of judgment or giving him that look, just have a good laugh. Not mocking him, but just have a good laugh and relax about it. It happens to everyone. Another technique which I love is make small mistakes on purpose and see how people will react. This gives you full control of the language, because you know the correct one and also you know the mistake. And of course, we have this myth of complete sentences that we all suffer, specifically like non-native speakers. We think that if we make a longer sentence, people will think that we have a more sophisticated knowledge of the language, which is not the case, because linguists now estimate that of everyday native speech, more than 50% is just fragments and pieces of sentences, which you may want to check even in your own language, Albanian. You don't use the full sentence all the time. Sometimes you go to the kiosk and you say water, and you get a bottle of water. You don't have to say the whole phrase. So let's relax and let's try to create a different culture, because at the end of the day, it's also a matter of memory. When we try to form a long sentence, we keep it at the long-term memory, but when we try to transfer it in the short-term memory, this is a very long period of time. And that's exactly what is happening. Our short memory explodes. We just can't hold it enough to put it in the long-term memory. So when it comes down to language, keep it simple, go for it, risk a little, and like this. And some of the techniques that I highly recommend. And why doing this? Because when you remember, you become efficient. When you are efficient, you feel confident, and confidence generates zest. Maybe reformulate and recycle frequently, add novelty. Here you can see, spark your episodic memory, tell it like a story, personalize your content, make your lesson meaningful, and fun is a subjective notion, so try to spice it up with as much humor as possible. These are all techniques. Specifically, I love the tell it like a story, the episodic memory, to help your students remember more. Now, I would like to have an activity with you, a very short one. You don't have to stand up, don't worry. This activity comes from this particular book by Fyodor Dostoevsky. It wasn't one of Dostoevsky's very popular novels. It was called The Winter Notes on Summer Impressions, but in 1863. And while people were reading this journal, that was a travel journal, they suddenly saw this particular phrase. Try to pose for yourself this task, not to think of a polar bear, and you will see that the cursed thing will come to mind every minute. So for the next 20 seconds, I would like you not to think of a white polar bear. Do not think of a white polar bear. Stop thinking of a white polar bear. How many of you feel the bear coming inside their brains? The more you want to avoid, okay, me too, me too. Now, this phrase, no psychology back then, nothing, no science, 1863. After almost, I don't know how many years, this man here, Daniel Wegner and his team, based on that phrase, they came up with this complicated, a little bit psychological essence of intentional operating process versus ironic monitoring process. In other words, my friends, these people proved that every time we think something positive, there is a very, very high possibility that the negative will come as well. It's a very natural brain function. I don't know if you have been these people or students, or if you have friends that every time they have a test or an interview, they say, oh, I'm gonna fail. Oh, I'm gonna fail. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. And then, you know, they receive the results of the test and they are straight A's, 20 out of 20, 100 out of 100. And it's interesting because through this book, neuroscience did actually prove that. And Rick Hanson called it the Velcro effect. And he said that we all have this built-in negativity bias. In other words, all of us, by nature, is more possible that we are going to think about the negative than the positive. This actually idea came back from the prehistoric period, that when the people would go out to hunt, they would actually try to bring lunch back home, or they would become lunch themselves. Because back then there were many creatures, dinosaurs, different, you know, aggressive animals that could definitely devour you and kill you instantly. So we have developed this idea that something negative is going to happen behind the bushes, and like the Velcro, this has actually reached in our genes until now. And there is more literature on that. We call them junk thoughts. And one of my daughters actually suffers from that, and I'm always trying, you know, to make her think positive. And I would say block your zest killers. Jill Anderson defining them as overgeneralizing. All women are like that, all men are like that. So we make all these arbitrary conclusions that have absolutely no sense. Catastrophizing, awfulizing, as it has been defined by Borisenko. I think we all know what this means. Coping out, it's not my fault, it's somebody else's fault. So everything is solved there. It doesn't work this way. And of course, demanding. When you start your day by demanding from yourself to do things, you put some extra pressure. Never say, oh, I must go there at 7 o'clock. I have to go there at 7 o'clock if I can. If I cannot, I won't. It's that simple, because this creates a lot of extra pressure. And of course, you know, these false beliefs, they can be found inside the classroom. I'm shy. Yes, you are shy inside my classroom, but when you go out, you are like the soul of the whole group. So it's not about shyness. It's about that you have a misconception about where you channel your energy. Everybody else is better. I want to be perfect. And some students are getting really, really discouraged on that. You don't have to compare yourself to others. You compare yourself to yourself. This is something that we need to remind our students all the time. I'm not top dog anymore. Who said that this is a competition? This is not about having the first and the second. This is about becoming ourselves better. These are actually things that can be, you can coach your students towards these more positive things, and I would highly recommend to practice group dynamics. Actually, I don't know if this stands here, but I'm going to say, I think this is very relative. I don't know if you had the same, every time that we had a fight like kids, okay, maybe with our sisters or with our friends, I could listen to my granny saying to my mother, leave them. They are going to sort it out themselves. And in 90% of the times, this worked, because fighting and debating is part of the group dynamic. So I would say, every time there is something negative, let the group do the trick for you. And you can always count on collaboration activities, anything that actually makes them work as a group. It cannot happen with a magic wand. It takes time, but if you actually inspire this, and if you set the correct rules, this will work eventually to your favor. Coming to the end, Martin Seligman talked about learned helplessness. He actually said that this is the state just before depression. That's a thin line just before depression. And I dare say, after all these presentations and visiting so many classes, I have come across many kids who are about to cross into this dark side. But there is also the silver lining, because Seligman said, yes, you can learn to be unhappy, but you can also learn how to be happy, and you can train yourself to more optimism. He has a book which is called Learn Optimism, and he talks a lot about these techniques that we can always implement in our classes. And Taylor says in one of his articles that if you see these kids who have a problem or they have these negative feelings, sending a signal, sometimes this signal might be something that teachers may misunderstand. Never punish students for their adaptive responses. When they are uneasy, when they are moving a lot, maybe they are trying to send you a signal, so to save them from this learned helplessness status. Simply listen to them. I think active listening is one of the most important things that a teacher could do today. And if you are stuck and there is a lot of negativity, and maybe when this is connected to language learning, Tim Murphy, as I told you before, he has this model, the spurring model. Make it specific. The brain loves what is real and personal. Make it personal, as I said before, use it, which brings us back to what we have been saying many years now about active learning. Use the language, communicate with the language. This is what gives meaning. This is what gives purpose. It's not about the test. It's not about passing the exam. It's not about passing the class. Language is about communication. This is what makes the lesson meaningful. Repeat and recycle as many times as you wish, and here are some suggested activities. Take or retake control of your own learning. Be a proactive student. This is what I would definitely say to my students if I would like to spur them a little bit more. And what Tim Murphy is saying here, it has also been expressed by John Medina. We are all natural learning machines. It's part of us to learn. John Medina, who is right now the top neuroscientist that one can read, he said, learning for the brain is as natural as breathing, which means that the opportunity is always there for us, for them to learn. And if you don't believe what I have just told you, let me close this presentation with a clip from a movie that I'm sure you have all watched. And allow me to send the final message about today's presentation. Within 20 seconds, he stops the drama, he brings me back from desperation. No, I cannot do it, I cannot do it. He helped him with his focus and sent him to success. The best of zest is still inside you. Time to let out. Thank you. Thank you.
That's okay. Well, thank you very much for this wonderful plenary talk. And on behalf of the board of ELTA Albania, and as part of the ELTA family, I would like to again express our gratitude, first of all, to our dear hosts for allowing all of us to enjoy this wonderful plenary sessions in their environment and in their facilities. Thank you again to our wonderful partners who have been faithful over the years with the constant, persistent, and caring support, even in times when things were not running smoothly. Also to our national and international institutions in Albania or outside of Albania for their support and for making things happen and for making such things happen. Special thanks go to our speakers, our notable speakers. As you can see, we've been blessed, and keep the fork, the best is yet to come, and we still have some wonderful talks. However, this would have been meaningless without you, teachers, without all of us who are on a mission together. You are valuable. You are priceless wherever you are working and teaching and sharing, not just knowledge, but sharing your lives with our next generations. No matter how many years of experience you have, and no matter how many theories you've learned when you were studying to become a teacher, there are moments when theories fail us. We go blank. You feel like this is your first day of teaching. You feel like you've never been in a classroom before because of new realities, because of new challenges. And then, consciously or subconsciously, you turn around and you look for help. You are expecting for someone to be there whom you can address and ask a question or share your challenges. And so we need one another. We need moments like this. We need to see one another's faces, to hear about your challenges, our challenges. And we need to turn to people who have a lot of experience and benefit from them. We need to share, and this is a great opportunity. So, in such events, this is made possible. Our next plenary speaker, Mr. John Hurd, will share with us on a topic that is very important and very relevant for our system. Mr. Hurd is a teacher, trainer, and ELT materials writer based in Oxford, UK. He teaches grammar, professional and diplomatic English, and EAP at the University of Oxford, and frequently gives talks and workshops in the UK and overseas. He has written and contributed to a number of ELT publications for a range of publishers, including grammar, course book, other resources, and useful materials. He has also written and adapted a range of material for learners with dyslexia, and that will be the topic of his talk. So we will be honored to hear and to listen to Mr. Hurd on this topic that I'm sure we will all find very interesting, and what we will learn will be a huge benefit for our classrooms.
Okay, I was hoping for a microphone so I don't have to stand behind something, but would that kind of work? If I'm half behind I'm behind something for you guys, I do apologise, but for you. Is that okay? Can you hear me? And you can see half of me? Yes, good. Okay, thank you for having me. This is my first time at a conference in Albania. Just outside, just before I came in, I was just looking at the news or Facebook, something popped up, and there was an article from a British newspaper, and it said the 15 best cities to visit in Europe. And guess which city was number 2? Tirana, fantastic, yeah. So, yeah, so just a few minutes ago, so that's great, fantastic. Okay, it's great to be here. Dyslexia, yes. It's something that's been around for a long time. It's something that some people know a lot about. It's something that a lot of people know very little about. There's a lot of kind of information out there. Some of it is fantastic. Some of it not so fantastic. Okay? What I want to do today, it's a huge area. I run a whole week's worth of workshops on this for the university back in Oxford. What I want to do today is give a kind of distillation. We've got a lot to... Oh, fantastic. Can you hear me? Is this working? Okay. Great. Okay. Here I am. What was I saying? Yes, this is a kind of distillation. I've called the talk Dyslexia and Learning English, Literacy and Wider Issues. Now, as I said, we could do a whole conference on this. We could do several conferences on this. We could do a whole term's worth of workshops and study on this. What I want to do is give you what I think is the sort of umbrella, overlying, overarching idea of what dyslexia is. Towards the end of my session, we'll look at some ideas of how we can make accommodations, how we can adapt material in the classroom. But I think the main thing that I want to try and get over is what dyslexia is in a broad sense, the wider issues. Dyslexia isn't something that just suddenly starts when you start to read or write. That's the literacy side of it. There are many wider issues, of which literacy is one manifestation. So I want us to think about these wider issues, and I think if we've got an understanding of the wider issues and how that affects literacy, that's a very, very important starting point. Okay? So, there are my social media deets. If anybody has any questions or they want to make contact, please do. Now, if you were all dyslexic, that page would probably look more like that. Okay? Which hopefully will make sense to you either now or in about an hour's time. Okay. First, a little bit about terminology. SPLD, specific learning. What's the D? Disability, disorder, difficulty. Yes, I once asked this question to a group of teachers and somebody said disease. Okay. Yes, terminology, it's important to get the terminology right. We've kind of got a gradient, a cline of, you know, disability has this very negative connotation. Yes, dyslexia can be very disabilitating. It really can, but let's try and not call it a disability. Probably a little more gentle is disorder, but it still has this dis prefix, doesn't it? As though there's something not right, okay? Difficulty is maybe the next step on the climb. What we kind of try and say today, or what a lot of people try and say, is D is difference, which is trying to make it a lot more positive, getting away from the negative terminology, okay? So some people adhere to specific learning difference, which is essentially what it is. But it also is a difficulty, it also is disabilitating. So anyway, something to think about, the terminology that you might use. Do we say this person is dyslexic, or do we say this person has dyslexia? Well, a little anecdote. I was talking about dyslexia in Malta a few years ago, and somebody in the audience came up to me afterwards and said, "Great, thank you. However, can you not use the term dyslexic? Can you not say people are dyslexic?" "I'm dyslexic," she said, "and I don't like it. It labels me." I said, "Okay, fine." I went back to the UK and I asked some dyslexic students, teenagers, and the vast majority said, "We don't really care. I'm dyslexic, I have dyslexia." And some of them said, "Actually, I prefer you to say I'm dyslexic, or I prefer to say I'm dyslexic, because has dyslexia sounds like I have some disease." So again, listen to your individual learner with dyslexia / dyslexic learner / learner who has dyslexia, and so on, and just see if they have a preference. I suspect the vast majority probably don't, but it's just something to work out. Some people, like our colleague that I met in Malta, does have a specific issue. Okay, so that's something else to bear in mind. This is from a study, 5 to 7% of children suffer from dyslexia. Let's try and avoid that negative terminology, okay? And so on and so on. So, I'm not giving you a conclusion, don't say this, do say this, but just be aware it is an issue, and some people might be sensitive to it, others may not. Okay? Any famous dyslexics? People with dyslexia, people who have dyslexia, dyslexic people. Einstein? Tom Cruise? Walt Disney? Okay, I guess you probably recognize most of those. The academics believe that Da Vinci was dyslexic. How they quite have drawn the conclusion that Da Vinci was dyslexic, I don't know. Do you recognize this guy, bottom left? George? No. This guy, the bottom left, this chap, he's called Jackie Stewart. Ooh, there's a dip there, dangerous. He's called Jackie Stewart. Now, Jackie Stewart, certainly to people of my age and even younger, is a household name in the UK. He was a Formula One world champion 3 times in the late 60s, early 70s. Okay? This is Jackie Stewart. And you may be able to recognize this chap here. This is me. This is a school in a small town called Abingdon, which is just about 5 miles from Oxford. It's called the Unicorn School. It's a school just for students with dyslexia. Somewhere sitting there among the children is my son. My son is very severely dyslexic. We were lucky enough to be able to send him to the Unicorn School, where I learned a lot and where he greatly benefited. I'm telling you this because this is kind of my background. I don't have a deep, serious academic research background in dyslexia. I've learned about it out of necessity. I've learned about it out of interest, and I've learned about it by living with it through my son every day, including today, if he was here. Okay? Jackie Stewart is also dyslexic. That's Jackie Stewart in his prime. He was told at school he was stupid. Jackie Stewart's story is that when he should have been in his bedroom doing his homework, when he was a schoolboy, he couldn't face doing it. His teachers literally told his parents he was stupid, quote unquote. Okay? Instead of sitting in his bedroom, he used to go to his dad's business. His dad was a car mechanic. So instead of doing his homework, he was helping his dad fix car engines. You can see the logical progression. He became world motor racing champion. He came and spoke to the school. He was fantastic, very inspirational. He signed autographs. He was fantastic. Okay? So, that is the Unicorn School. Dyslexia, it has now widened its remit to similar issues, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, other more broad speech and language issues. But dyslexia is at its heart. Okay? The teachers are absolute specialist practitioners. They're also theorists as well. It's a fantastic place. And we were very lucky to be able to send our son there. So, what is it? Can I have some sound, please? I'm going to play a video. This is Anastasia. Anastasia is Greek. She's a friend of mine. She's a colleague of mine. She is dyslexic. Let's just listen to Anastasia. It lasts for about 1 or 2 minutes, that's all. Do we have sound? Yep. Nope. Okay. Is it possible to have more volume? Sorry, everybody. We did set the levels earlier. Okay. Thank you. Did you manage to hear? Okay, great, fantastic. So that was Anastasia. She didn't know she was dyslexic till later, I say later in life, till she was beyond being a child. She didn't really talk there much about reading and writing. It was more the bigger picture. Memory is a key thing. Yes, she had a lot of difficulties remembering stuff, and as she said, the Greek system is often based on memorizing facts and dates, etc., etc. Her attention span, her focus, she often found herself daydreaming. Okay? Her organizational skills, she said her bedroom was a mess. Okay, I suspect most teenagers' bedrooms are messes anyway. She was often late for school, and so on and so on. As a consequence, it was very sad. She had low self-esteem, she had difficulty maintaining friendships, and so on. So these are the wider issues. I've spoken to a lot of people about dyslexia. Embarrassment was my biggest issue, being self-conscious. Okay? So this is the kind of the wider issues of dyslexia. These result in issues with literacy, but I think it's very important that outside, when you're engaging with text, reading and writing, there are these things going on, okay? This is Oxford University. I'm there somewhere in the picture. This is a teacher training course. And the guy in the middle sitting down is called Richard. Now, Richard is a helper on the courses. He, for example, if you run out of paper or your board needs cleaning or your board pen doesn't work, etc., etc., you need some extra photocopying, that's what he did. He also helped out with the social events. He was very dyslexic. He calls everyone sir. I'm not sure what he calls the ladies, but he calls all the men sir. Why do you think he calls everyone sir? The worst thing that you can say to Richard is, please call me John. I bumped into him literally last week for the first time in months. Hello, sir. Okay? He called sir, that's his coping strategy. Because of his memory, he just can't remember people's names. So he's developed this strategy to call everyone sir. Okay? You ask him to do something, he'll say, sorry, sir, I'm not being rude, I'm going to do that right now. And he goes off and does it. Why does he do that? Because he'll forget. His focus, his memory, if he doesn't do it straight away, he'll forget about it, okay? So you see him running around everywhere, doing things one at a time, okay? A lovely guy, but severely dyslexic. His literacy, I'm not sure, but he displays these classic dyslexia traits. Okay, so what is it? Let's drill a little bit deeper. Executive function. Are you familiar with the term executive function? It sounds like a business term. For any of you who studied psychology or you're part of your education studies, you might have come across executive function. Executive function are the basic mental processes. I'm giving a very sort of practical simplification here. The basic mental processes which we apply to most things that we do. For example, working memory, focus and effort. These are three executive functions that are particularly not functioning very well with dyslexic learners. Other executive functions are things like initiation, knowing when to initiate, time awareness, knowing how time's progressing, know how what you're meant to be doing fits in with the time that you've got, okay? Reflecting, relating what you do to previous experience, anticipating, relating what can come next. These are all these fundamental executive functions that we probably apply to just about everything we do, okay? The three here are essentially not functioning so well in a dyslexic learner. We'll not worry about why. It's a kind of neurophysiological thing. The wiring in the brain isn't quite as wired up as it should be. There's insulation, the myelin sheaths around the nerves is maybe not quite as insulating as it should be, so you get discharge and the electrical impulses aren't so strong, okay? Working memory, what's working memory? It's your ability to hold information long enough to perform an operation. So you can imagine that when you're a child learning to read and write, learning to spell, A, C, C, O, M, your working memory isn't really holding the information. You've started to forget the beginning of the word. Okay? Focus. Focus is your ability just to stay focused. As again, you possibly know, our brain has a two-layer attention system. The focus that we control, but our brain always wants fresh stimulation. Our brain's a bit of a naughty organ. It constantly wants new stimulation. It's constantly trying to distract us. Neurotypical people, generally to varying degrees, have the ability to override the naughty brain, to stay focused. Dyslexic learners, perhaps, on the whole, lack this ability, so they're easily distracted. Particularly if the act of reading and writing is arduous, that makes being distracted even more pleasurable. Okay? Effort. Effort is the technical term for remembering to remember. I have issues with effort. All my life, somebody introduces me to someone. Hi, this is John. John, this is Barbara. I forget to remember her name is Barbara. Oh, yeah, okay. It's not a very good social skill of mine. But that's effort, the act of, I must remember, remembering to remember. When I go to the shop, bread, milk, cheese, yogurt. What was it? I've now learned to repeat bread, milk, cheese, yogurt 10 times. I actually repeat it while I'm walking to the shop. Effort, the act of remembering to remember. For some people, you do it naturally. But to a lot of people, it's a conscious thing. And this is another key executive function that dyslexic learners have a problem with. Okay? Their effort, their working memory, their focus doesn't really function as well as it can. So you can see if we think back to Anastasia and Richard, and then if we also jump ahead and think about literacy, you can see how these functions not functioning so well are at the heart of what dyslexia is. As a consequence, you've got a short digit character span. For any of you who studied psychology, you'll know 7 is the magic number, isn't it? We can basically remember 7 random bits of information. You've possibly done these tests. P, R, F, G, H, T, J, K. Yeah, on average, the average neurotypical human brain can remember 7 items, and then you start to maybe forget. A learner with dyslexia, their character span might be 3.5 digits on average. Again, you can see when you're learning to read and write how that's a problem. Coupled with the slow processing speed, everything is a lot more slow, a lot slower. Okay? So these things sort of combine to affect a dyslexic learner in their everyday life, the wider issues, but also in literacy, reading and writing. In terms of literacy, which is what we're moving on to now, all these 3 things result in phonological processing issues, a difficulty in relating letter sounds, letter combinations to sounds and words. English is particularly bad because English is not a very transparent language. It's very opaque. We have so many variations of spelling and pronunciation, etc., etc. And that's why I think the English-speaking world has been a lot more aware of dyslexia perhaps than a lot of other parts of the world, because exactly of this opaque language. Languages which are more transparent, where you always pronounce this combination in the same way, is less of an issue for a dyslexic learner. Okay? A typical, I put typical dyslexic student, this is an actual dyslexic student. When they listened to something and were tested on comprehension, they had 82% recall. That put them in the top 85th, above the 85th percentile. When they read something and were asked to recall, it was down to 15%, a huge difference. Okay? This same dyslexic learner had a reading age and a spelling age of about 5 years old. Sorry, 5, well, in fact, the learner was 10, so of about a 5-year-old. Their reading and spelling age was about 5 years below where they are, which put them in the bottom 2 or 5%. But their background intelligence cognitive test put them above the 85th% in general intelligence, but their literacy skills put them in the bottom 5%. A huge differential. Okay? So, reading. I've asked a lot of dyslexic learners over the time. As I said, I was very lucky to have access to the school in Abingdon. A lot of people, I just don't remember words. There's a reliance on coding and decoding each time. Each time you come across a word, you kind of have to decode it. I have seen dyslexic learners where they have spelled the word would, W-O-U-L-D, 4 different ways in 4 consecutive sentences. W-U-L-D, W-O-U-D, W-O-L-D. They know, yes, there's a U, there's an O, there's an L, but 4 different spellings in 4 consecutive sentences, because each time they're approaching it fresh. It's not part of their word recognition skills. It's not yet in their internal sight lexicon. It gets there eventually, but at a much slower rate than their neurotypical peers. Okay? My eye gets drawn to other letters. Remember the executive function, focus, attention. It's not an eye disorder, it's not a visual disorder. It's just the naughty bit of the brain just saying, hey, what's going on here? Yes, can't focus. Okay? So you might get someone doing a bit of maths, round these numbers to 1 decimal place, round these thems, yes? So your eye gets drawn elsewhere, and because you're slowly coding or decoding, this letter becomes incorporated in the word. A double take. This is why there's a very slow processing speed. And then it happens again. Okay? I've tried to represent this on a PowerPoint slide. Of course, it's not like that. You don't get arrows going everywhere, obviously. But that's kind of what happens, yes? Your eye gets drawn elsewhere. You can't really, it becomes incorporated into a word. Okay? Letters float around. Again, it's not an eye visual thing. It's because your eyes, you're not focused. So it gives the impression that things are moving around, that letters and numbers swap places. Coupled with working memory, what was it? 6, 8, 9, 8, 90, yes, and so on and so on and so on. Okay? I have to read again and refocus. Maybe do it 3 times. Okay? I think that speaks for itself. Fancy fonts are harder to read. Yes, I think this is pretty well established for dyslexic learner, particularly italics. This one appeared on my Facebook this morning. This was actually talking about inclusive English language teaching, ironically. Language diversity. You may recognize this, some of you. This is by a colleague of mine, a fantastic speaker, great talk, and I pointed out to him that, this slide for dyslexic learners may be rather difficult. Very difficult, I suspect. I was on holiday in Kefalonia, and we went to Ellie's, a fantastic restaurant in Fiscardo. Maybe some of you have been there. And my son said, this menu is really pranging out my dyslexia. Pranging out is teenage speak, meaning it's doing me in, I can't cope with it. He looked at it for 2 seconds, he said that was the end of it. Okay? He just wasn't even going to begin to try to read it. Yes? Have a read of that poem. I think that nicely sums things up. I was at the University of the West of England, and they'd had a competition. They called it Disability Month. Okay? It was physical disability as well as neurological issues and dyslexia, etc. And that won first prize for the poem. They had a display outside the refectory, and I thought that nicely kind of encapsulates focus, focus. You can almost feel her, what it's like for this student when she's trying to read and write. Focus, focus, never end, focus, focus. I pretend. Okay? Don't ask your class, have you got it? Has everyone finished copying on the board? Because the dyslexic learner will probably just put their head down and not draw attention to themselves again. I pretend, okay? Can I have some more sound, please? So let's just put all that together. Let's listen to a learner with dyslexia. Hopefully. I can't see if there's anybody doing the sound. Nobody's giving me a thumbs up. But the box looks empty, but let's try. It won't work with the microphone. I've tried that at a conference before. Doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. Let's... Oh, sorry. Let's see what happens. Nothing, okay. Okay. Which is a real shame, because this was my big moment, putting everything together that we've spoken about, of what happens when a dyslexic learner actually tries to read. It's quite impactful. Maybe there's somebody there. Might we have sound in the next 30 seconds, please? Okay. Just press the fader. Okay, I'm going to start again. Okay, I'm going to start again. So this is a 14-year-old with dyslexia reading. There's an extra burden of them reading aloud, but I think this is very indicative of what happens when a dyslexic learner is reading, even when they're reading silently to themselves. Okay, so I gave that to a learner with dyslexia. I just said, could you please read it, I'll record you. One take. I didn't say, oh, that wasn't dyslexic enough, do it again. That is literally what the learner did. Now, I don't know how much of you picked up on that. You could probably feel the anguish, if you like. We could spend a lot of time analysing this. We haven't got the time, we won't. He started off, I'm going to do this. And then about a third of the way through, had a bit of a breakdown. He lost his place. He lost his position. Where it kind of broke down was where he went over, when he got to the end of one line and had to go back to the other one. I think that's when he lost his place, because the process of going from the end of one line to the beginning of the other is where your eye can get distracted and lose its focus, etc., etc. Okay? There was a few attempts at word recognition, you know, internal sight lexicon. He pronounced tablets as tables. So his word recognition was kicking in, which is great, but he got it wrong. You need also to be aware of context, and you do need to decode as well. So even today, as adults, our reading is a combination of our internal sight lexicon plus, where appropriate, where necessary, decoding it at the same time, okay? He pulled it back together a little bit. But at the end, he was very relieved to get to the end, I think, and so on. There was disputes. Did you hear him? He was decoding it. Disputes. Great, fantastic. Yes, an unfamiliar word. He decoded it, broke it down, and he got it right. Fantastic. But your average 14-year-old wouldn't have had to do that with the word disputes. Okay, so I think that is a very emphatic illustration of what happens when a dyslexic learner is reading. And that's something I think we need to be aware of. It's arduous, it's difficult, it's not a positive experience on the whole. We need to be aware of that, and this is what I'm trying to say. We're going to look at some ways we can adapt material, etc., 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 but I think being aware, having as much empathy, awareness as we can is key, okay? And that's why a dyslexic learner will take a lot more time than another one. Alex mentioned Tom Cruise. And I think we can see that in what we just listened to. So much focus and effort on the reading, on the decoding. When we remember the executive functions, working memory, etc., holding information, you'd get to the end and there would be not so much recall of what you'd actually read. And again, if we go back a few slides further to the student who, when they read and were tested on comprehension, very, very low, but when they heard it and were tested on comprehension, very high. I think that's another illustration of this. Okay? I was doing a little bit of research for this trip, and there's a Facebook page called Dyslexia in Albania. Maybe someone here is involved in it. Are any of you familiar with it? I have to say, I was quite impressed with it. There's a lot of stuff out there in social media world. As I said, there's the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. There's a lot of do this. A lot of you must do this. No, anything that says do this, you must do this, this is the right way, no, no, no. Think about it, try it. It might work, it might not, because if all of you people were dyslexic, you'd all have overlapping but very individual needs. So do be aware of imperatives, people telling you what you should do, okay? Try it, have it in mind, okay? And I think this nicely summed up. This was a little picture that I stole off their Facebook page. And as I said, I haven't looked at it in detail, but on the whole, I thought there was some very sensible stuff on this page. It's all in English. It's all about learning English, okay? And I thought that was quite a nice little illustration. Thinking, yeah, intelligent, normally intelligent, more intelligent, cognitive skills, fantastic. However, reading and then writing, okay. So I thought that was quite a nice illustration. So thank you, Dyslexia in Albania, for not knowing that I've stolen that from your page, but hopefully a few of you might find the page on Facebook. I've liked it, and as I said, I think on the whole I was quite impressed with it. Let's move on to writing. Okay, I'm going to just take you through a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old, and one of my university students, just to sort of shift the focus to writing. So with reading, it's all about decoding. Writing, at an early age, is about coding. Yes? When you haven't got the word in your internal sight lexicon, so when you write it, it's not automatically there. You have to code it each time, like the student who wrote would 4 different ways in 4 consecutive sentences. This is classic age 10. Okay? Now, if I'd said to you, how old is that child's writing, you'd have probably thought 5, 6, maybe. Yeah? That's a 10-year-old with dyslexia. Okay? This was from the Unicorn School. Tick, tick, tick. No red pen or green pen, whatever you use. Let's not worry about the spelling. Let's make this a positive experience. The spelling can come later. The spelling little by little. Let's not worry about it. Let's focus on the content, the meaning. Okay? Doctor with a K. Phonemically coded. Learn, L-E-R-N. Why not? That's logical, isn't it? First, F-E-R-S-T. Why not? As I said, they've got the ability to understand how the system works, but just not got the internal sight lexicon in place. D and B is a classic. This is also from Dyslexia in Albania. I thought that was quite a nice little visual. Yep. So again, thank you, Dyslexia in Albania Facebook page. If you go to the Unicorn School, you will see the students, even those that are 16, 17, 18 years old, under the desk. Now, why do dyslexic learners do that? It's not some strange words shifting around. I've spoken to dyslexic learners. A lot of them say, I know it's a stick with a ball, I just can't remember which way the ball goes. As simple as that. So it's not a strange, visual things moving around. It's just a memory thing. It gets there eventually, but even adults lapse in it sometimes. Just to digress for a moment, I often have dinners at Oxford University, and we have these very fancy dinners. And when you sit down, you've got your bread there. And nobody knows which bread is yours. Hey, which bread is mine? But you can do the same thing for B. The bread. Okay, top tip. The bread is the one that makes the B when you do that. That's my bread, that's your bread. Anyway, we digress. I digress. Okay. 14. Spelling less of an issue. But look at that second sentence. It goes all the way from the word look all the way down here. It's one long stream of consciousness. It ideally should be 2, possibly 3 sentences. Yes? So, as the dyslexic learner gets older, it's still the whole focus, etc., working memory. Okay? The actual spelling has much improved. There are still some spelling issues, but it's more on a paragraph level, more on a sentence level than a word level. Okay? That's full of emotion, that's full of feeling. It's somebody who's interested in parkour, free running. And they were writing a little brochure for a place called East Ham, which is good for free running because there's lots of walls and things to jump on and jump over. So there's a lot of feeling in there. But as a piece of writing for a 14-year-old, it's not particularly sophisticated, is it really? Okay? So that's kind of what happens. The spelling gets there, the classic spelling much improves, but the control on a sentence and paragraph level is still an issue. This is Nikos. Nikos is also Greek by coincidence with Anastasia. He was a student of mine at the university. He was on my master's course, not my master's course, a master's course that I teach on. And they gave, whoa. Here comes the rain. Okay. Yes. We'll just wait for it to die away. So we have tutorials, one-to-one tutorials. The course director gave Nikos to be my tutee because of my interest in dyslexia. And Nikos came with us and said, I am quite dyslexic. So he was my tutee for an academic year. We met once a week to help. Okay. These are my notes. I didn't give him this. Please don't think I gave him that with my horrible blue pen. These were my notes to myself. Okay? So that when I had the tutorial with him, I'd got this. These were my notes. Maybe your notes are a lot tidier, but if they're notes for me, they can be as untidy as they want as far as I'm concerned. He never saw my notes, okay, just to be clear. But, again, I've put the square bracket. That was one long sentence. Even though he'd put a comma and a capital C in the middle of the sentence, it was one long sentence. So he was kind of halfway into breaking it into 2 sentences, but not quite. The one thing that we worked on, if I could, and what we talked about at the end, the one thing that Nikos at the end of the academic year said, I have so improved, is keeping my sentences short. At the beginning, he was just this long stream of consciousness. He's a master's student at Oxford University. He's a very bright guy. Okay? So that's one thing we worked on. Get your sentences more controlled, more control, more focus. Okay? And there's lots of other little issues, yes. You know, the changing, look at the spelling, capital C-H-A. Yeah. We'll not look into it in detail. Oxford University Press at the bottom, of course, should be capital letters, and it wasn't, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. Okay? Again, we could look at this if that's the kind of thing that interests you in more detail, but we won't. But again, so age 22, yes, a few spelling issues, but on the whole, it's more control on a paragraph level. Yes? It's just this lack of focus, this lack of, which results in a lack of control, lack of working memory, which means that you don't kind of remember where you are and what you should be doing. Yes? How long, when did I start this sentence? I should be finishing it. There's not that kind of thought process, perhaps. Okay? Just sticking with Nikos for a few moments, this is how he writes with his paragraph markers, and he puts a dot between each word. That goes against the theory. I said, Nikos, why do you do this? Surely there's more stuff to distract you. It makes the page busier. Why does he do that when he's writing? Word demarcation. The dots, when he reads it back to himself, the dots help him to demark the words. So that kind of goes against the broad theory, but that's what Nikos does. We were reading tutorial number 1, plagiarism. He said, John, 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 here's something that will interest you. He said, I got to the word separate, and the next word I read was and. That's a classic thing. Remember I said when you go over at the end of a line, that's when you often lose it, and he just went separate, and then his eye was drawn to and he said in his head, separate and. He had to do a double take, recast, go back, and so on and so on. What can we do about that? Well, double spacing. So after that, what I did with Nikos, every worksheet I gave him, I double spaced it. So the double spacing, when your eye starts to wander, the space kind of reminds you. It's a simple thing, but it's pretty well established. We'll talk about this a little bit more later, okay? Nikos requested an assignment extension. Can I have an extra 2 weeks for my end-of-course assignment? Of course you can. Can I drop the non-core class? Yes, we will allow you to drop one non-core class topic, subject, so you can focus on your assignment. Can I take reference books out of the library? Of course, a reference book is a book has to stay in the library. At Oxford, if you take it out of the library, it'll disintegrate. They're all old and got moths in them and cobwebs. And the Bodleian Library said we would love to help, but he cannot take them out. He could only sit there for about 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then he'd need a break from the page, which made using a reference book in a library very difficult for him. Okay? He was told you've got a lack of richness in reading and resources, simply because reading lots of resources, lots of his literature reviews, lots of his background reading, it was very arduous for him. So whereas for an average assignment a student might have 20, he'd got 6 or 7. And as much as we made allowances, his academic tutors said there's a lack of richness in reading. I was sitting in a tutorial one day. He didn't turn up. He sent me this email. Sorry, John, I mixed up Tuesdays and Thursdays. I do apologize. Hey, Nikos, fine, don't worry about it. Okay? But again, that's a classic dyslexia thing. Organization, etc., yes? He thought the tutorial was on a Thursday and it was on a Tuesday, and so on and so on. Okay, so how much time we got? Fine, excellent. I'd now like to briefly turn on to what we can do. This is a huge topic. I just want to look at a few basic ideas of material adaptation, a few basics of what we can do. But I think, just to repeat, what we've been saying is what is dyslexia, how it affects the learner, how there are wider issues. It's not just when you engage with text. I think that's so important for us to be aware of. And each dyslexic learner will be different. Your dyslexic learner might have the tidiest bedroom ever. The person sitting next to them might have the untidiest one ever, and so on and so on and so on. So all the things we've talked about are potential, possible issues that you need to be aware of, explore with them, and decide how much of an issue, if it is an issue. Okay, so paraphrasing what I've just said, understanding and patience. I think an awareness of what dyslexia can be, patience with your dyslexic learners' writing, patience with their reading, being aware that when everyone else in the class has finished reading their paragraph, the dyslexic learner may still be only halfway through, etc., etc. Reduce the processing load. If possible, give them less to do. Better to do everything than half of something, I think. Okay? In terms of teaching language, vocabulary, grammar, focus on the key vocabulary. If you're teaching a vocabulary lesson with 12 items, adapt it for your dyslexic learner just to have to learn 5 or 6 items. The key items, the less high frequency, useful vocabulary, let's not worry about it, and so on and so on. It's kind of common sense, really. One instruction at a time. Remember Richard at the university? Sorry, sir, I'm just going to do that straight away. If it was, can I go photocopy these for John, get an extra board pen for Edmund, and some paper for Julie? No, 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 he just wouldn't. One thing at a time. When my son was first diagnosed with dyslexia, the psychologist said, if you want him to do 2 things, don't. Tell him to do 1. Say, go upstairs and put this in the bathroom, then come back. Now go upstairs again and put this in your sister's bedroom and come back. Because if it had been, put this in the bathroom, put that in your sister's bedroom, plus this, I do it. I go in a room and I think, why have I come in this room? With me, it's just age. but with a dyslexic learner, it's a thing. So one instruction at a time. Not do this exercise, then this exercise, but miss question 4. Do this exercise, let me know when you're finished, then I'll give you your next exercise, and so on. And selecting and adapting material. So I just want to spend the last little bit of this session. This might be familiar to you. Any of you are familiar with material for dyslexic learners. I'm going to look at some broad ideas. Okay? There's a lot more to it, but we'll just look at some broad ideas that I think are the basics. And then you can take those basics and apply them as appropriate for your individual learner's needs. Okay. Would that be good for a learner with dyslexia? Would it? Oh, it would be different. I said, would it be good? And you said yes. Ah, okay. Would that be difficult for a learner with dyslexia? Yes. Okay. Possibly. I emphasize possibly. Maybe. You don't know. But potentially, I think the bottom line is that kind of thing is theoretically potentially difficult. That's how you should approach it. What's wrong with it? Oh, italics, lots of italics. Lots of different fonts, that strange kind of, I always think of that as like the American military font from a long time ago, you know, they'd stamp it on the crates. Things at an angle, different sizes, lots of pictures to distract you. Remember the naughty bit of the brain, the lack of focus? Oh, I wonder what apps they've got. Oh, I've got that app. Oh, that's a rubbish app. Oh, how much money is there? What currency is it? Yes, there'll be a lot of excuse. That's not quite the right word, but a lot of sort of temptation to not engage with the text, to get distracted by stuff. Pictures can be great for dyslexic learning. They can provide context, but pictures in the right way. Okay, so that potentially is pretty hazardous, let's say, for a learner with dyslexia. So we can redo it. You've possibly seen this kind of thing before. Okay? Surreptitiously, if appropriate, so you don't focus and draw attention, give this to your dyslexic learner, or maybe they can download it if you have that facility in advance, and they can quickly get it out, okay? So that the dyslexic learner can engage with that text. What have I done to that text to make it more appropriate for dyslexic learner? Shout out any things you notice. A lot of spacing, the font, no italics, no pictures. Okay, minimize the colors. Also, look at, you can't quite see here, but the background is a kind of beige color, a pastel beige. You possibly haven't noticed, but all my slides have been a kind of off-white grey, not bright white. All my font has been dark grey. I've avoided stark white and stark black. Maybe you haven't noticed, maybe you have. Stark white and stark black can be too much of a contrast. It can be too stark for a learner with dyslexia. Something a bit more subdued. So an off-white colour, beige, pastel colour, a dark grey font rather than black is preferable. I put into ChatGPT, when I was researching this, how can we adapt material for learning dyslexia. Some of its suggestions were good, but it actually said use strong black and use strong white. The kind of opposite. So ChatGPT had got that a little bit wrong. Okay? Have a look at those. Simple layout. They can refer to the pictures in the book, but if you've got them distanced from the text, there's less likely for them to, their eye to wander to the pictures, for them to get distracted by the pictures. Lots of space, double spacing between the lines, quadruple spacing between the paragraphs. Long lines, sentences not going over. Now, what I've done, every line ends at the end of a sentence. You possibly can't see that. But the end of each line is also the end of a sentence, to avoid the idea that when you go over mid-sentence is where you can get lost. If you've got naturally to the end of a sentence, it's probably a bit more easy to process than having to go over mid-clause. You can't always do that, but if you can, it can help. Simple font, no serifs. You know the serifs are the little caps on the top? Like a letter U might have two little caps on it. They're the serifs. That's extra stuff for the dyslexic learner to have to process. No serifs. Arial. Arial, is that the weather or did somebody do that? Yeah, anyway, whatever. Arial is a good font to use. Yeah, the British Dyslexia Association of the regular fonts recommends Arial. There are fonts designed for dyslexic learners. That's another story, okay? No italics. So that's the kind of thing we can do. Also, shorten the text. Remember, focus on the key language. This is my mobile. I've always got it with me. Well, you tell me a teenager who hasn't always got their mobile with them. We've always got our mobile with them. That's a bit of superfluous information, isn't it? Let's get rid of it. Instead of a compound sentence, let's get rid of and make it a new sentence. Shorter sentence, a bit easier to process. To surf the internet, we don't really surf the internet anymore, did we? Surfing the internet was cool 20 years ago. When did you last surf the internet? We go on the internet, we do the internet, don't we? We don't surf it anymore. Old-fashioned vocabulary. So let's get rid of that. So they're the kind of changes you can make. Yes? Reducing the content. Okay? That's a page in a course book called Language Hub by Macmillan that I actually wrote this. And that's a dyslexic adaptation. Following the same principles. Pictures at the bottom. Yeah? The original text, the pictures are a bit of a distraction. You get to the end of the line, oh, there's a picture. Put the pictures at the bottom, you're minimizing the distraction. What's happening in question 6? Have a quick look at question 6. What did the dyslexic learner do? A teacher colleague of mine sent me this, said, John, this is a dyslexic learner of mine. They do this a lot. Eye drifts away. My eye gets drawn to other letters. Watch. Not engaged with the meaning. Mechanical grammar test. They just put were watching in the box. Okay? So your classic gap fill, we can put the verb in brackets at the start of the line to avoid, also this avoids going backwards and forwards, it keeps it linear. Blah, 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 Yuri wants, gap, to the party with us, come. There's a lot of working memory going on there, holding all that information, whereas if you can put the verb at the beginning of the line, yes, they've got the semantic, they've got the verb, it keeps it a lot more linear. All these little things can help. Are those two exercises good for learners with dyslexia? I won't say don't use them, be aware they could be. Putting the words in the right order, it's anti-linear, isn't it? It's quite an unnatural exercise. Going to he, shopping Saturday, a lot of working memory, a lot of focus needed. Those kind of questions are very difficult for learners with dyslexia. Yeah, they have to hold a lot of information to produce the final result. Words in a box at the beginning. Again, you're holding a lot of information. Text down at the bottom, item 6 or item 4, back up. The eye is traveling over a lot of text, potentially a lot of distraction, holding stuff in the working memory quite a lot. They're quite difficult for learners with dyslexia. If you do an exercise, you can get your learner to get a pen and make boxes within boxes. That just helps them a little bit. Yes, helps them to focus, stops the eye drifting a little bit. Yeah, simple thing. Or you can change the exercise. This is from a grammar book that I wrote for dyslexic learners. Yeah, the first one, there's quite a lot going on, a lot of working memory. You've got to find the right verb in the box. You've got to hold that in your memory. You've then got to remember, is it the infinitive? Is it the ing form? Is it a that clause? Yes? Classic reporting verbs. There's a lot going on there. So the dyslexic version book that I wrote, which incidentally was the first ELT book for dyslexic people in the world, an Oxford University Press book, we changed the exercise. So they only have to focus on the syntax. We've given them the verb. They only have to focus on, is it the gerund, is it the infinitive, is it a that clause? Yes, they don't have to also choose the verb. You could argue that's making it too easy. But we want the learner to succeed. So we can do all kinds of little things like that. We'll just look at a couple more. That's a test. Pearson, I did a lot of work for Pearson Publisher, adapting their texts for dyslexic learners. And that's the kind of thing we can do. Scale it down. Yeah, whereas the original tests, yeah, you can see what there's a lot of, it's very dense, 4 items, columns, so you're going over. Yeah, you read a few words and then you're back down, etc., etc. Let's have single column, 1 line. Let's change the A, B, C, D into choose the alternative in the text, and so on and so on. Words in the boxes, but boxes within boxes, just to help isolate the words, and so on. And so on, you get the idea. And there's another test that I did. That's from the regular book. And we produced, this is at Oxford OUP, we produced some dyslexia. And just as an illustration, 3 choices down to 2. Let's get rid of the superfluous information. Stefano has decided to study biology at university, gerund or infinitive. Well, Stefano is superfluous, study biology is superfluous, sorry, at university is superfluous, but we're still focusing on the key grammar, gerund or infinitive, but we're removing all the stuff that can get in the way, all the stuff that could add to the working memory. Yes, all the stuff we don't need, but we're still practicing the grammar. And 20 items down to 12. I think 12 was too few on reflection. I think we should have done maybe 14, but hey, okay? Fine. That's the end of me. Just before I go, there are quite a few products out there by the publishers. I've done quite a lot of work for OUP, among other publishers. They have a position paper which you can download for free. Inclusive practices, there's a huge section on dyslexia. There's a book which covers various special needs in the ELT classroom with obviously a chapter on dyslexia. There's that book just about dyslexia, which is a great read. And that's my grammar book, but that's just for Italian students. So I know some of you teach Italian. I know the Italian is the language of this university, isn't it? But that's one that I wrote, okay. And there's a blog, should you want to read basically what I've just told you today at a more leisurely pace. And that's the end. So, as I said, there was a lot there. Just to reiterate, my aim at the beginning was to sort of just give you an idea of the wider issues of which literacy, I hope you can now see how the literacy issues is a consequence of these wider issues, okay? And I think we need an awareness of that, sensible approach, common sense approach, and beware of internet world that says, do this, do colour coding, beware of it, try colour coding. I've had dyslexic learners say, forget the colours, it's too much. I can't remember what colour's what, and so on and so on. So hopefully that's given you, for those of you who are interested in it, who might have students, who do have students, hopefully that's been helpful. I'm around if you have any questions. Please come and grab me and I'll happily answer any questions. And do get in touch. It'd be great to be in touch. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll have like between 7 and 10 minutes of a break. You can look at the rain, a wonderful view from the windows. And after that, we will be in 2 main sessions with Mr. Kokolas here in this room and in room 11 with Christine Combe. And we had in our schedule, we had Dr. Anita Capris-Powell, but for reasonable reasons, she will not be able to join us at this particular moment, but we will be able to follow her presentation tomorrow in the plenary sessions. So, yes, take a few minutes for a break and to breathe and refresh, and then we'll be back. For those of you who want to follow Christina in room 11, for those of you who want to follow George in this room. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Only the people should come in. Are you going to let me know when I start? Maximum 2 minutes. Okay, you're very strict. Very strict. So it's to end, no? Oh my God. Well, okay. You just don't have to make a comment about this. Or if you want to say something about this, just, address to the person. You may have a mistake. The photos are wonderful. Five minutes. Are you sure? Okay, I think we should start. I know that because of the rain, maybe you are stuck with me right now. You cannot go anywhere else. So I will try to make it as easy as possible for everyone. Besides, this is one of a brand new talk. I haven't presented it many times. And it's in a way related to the previous one, but obviously we're talking about same topic, different perspective, more details. So this is a talk about positive education, POSED, as it's called, for beginners. And today we are going to try to define it and see some of the basic things regarding positive education and how maybe you can implement it in your classes as well. That is why it's not moving. Hang on. Now, I would like to start with this statement, because again, there is always this, in a way, confusion or misconception about people who study about positive psychology, that they are also positive psychologists. I'm not a positive psychologist. I'm not a psychologist at all. However, I am a positive educator, something that you can also become with the right training. They are related, but they are not the same. Practically, the positive educator is someone who tries to apply positive psychology techniques in the classroom. The psychologist cannot enter the classroom, or even if he could, he would actually have a completely different direction, which is more psychological, more scientific, maybe focused on particular issues or problems. The thing is not to reach the psychologist, and that's when the positive educator comes in. Someone who has a positive attitude, someone who can harvest positive feelings, zest for learning, and, eliminate negative feelings as much as possible. And to tell you the truth, one of the reasons why I consider this like, the science of destiny. One of the reasons why I think, I decided to deal with that. And then when that happened, what I'm going to tell you in a minute, somehow gives you the message, maybe that's the right part for you. Does anybody know what exactly this phrase means that you can see right now on the screen? Captatio benevolentie. Thank you, Marcella. Exactly. That was a phrase that actually was used by Cicero, and it was considered one of the pillars of oratory. Actually, Cicero was saying that if you want to capture someone's attention, if you want to engage an audience, if you want to present something and be heard, the beginning, it's all about the beginning. That is why I do believe that it's really important to start with a good purpose, to start in a way positively, because somehow this defines even the rest of the lesson, maybe even the rest of this lecture. That is why today, with all of you, I would like to start with a story. Would you like to listen to a story? But we are going to make a deal. I'm going to tell you 90% of the story, and I'm going to leave the end of the story for the end of this presentation. Are you okay with that? Okay. Only Alexandra said yes, the other ones, maybe you don't agree. So let's travel back to India. And back to India, when Gandhi was alive, there were all these long queues of people waiting to have a consultation with the master about different topics of life. So here comes this lady. She catches the train from her village somewhere remotely in India. She travels 8 hours. She waits in the queue for another 3 hours, and she stands in front of the master. And when she meets the master, she asks him, "Master, my son is eating too much sugar. Please advise him." And the master looks at the mother, looks at the son, and tells her, "Go back to your village and come back in 3 weeks." The woman had no other option. She catches the train again, another 8 hours. She goes back to her village. She waits for 3 weeks, catches the train again, another 8 hours, waits in the line for another 3 to 4 hours again, and meets the master. "Do you remember me?" she asked master when they came face to face. And the master said, "Yes, of course. You are the mother of the son who is eating too much sugar. So, what do you have to say to my son?" And Gandhi looks at the son, looks at the mother, and says to the son, "Stop eating sugar." The mother was crazy. She was fuming with anger. She couldn't actually hold up her anger. "Master, with all due respect, I have traveled twice for 8 hours from my village. I had to wait for 3 weeks, wait for 2 times, 5 hours in that long queue, so you can tell him to stop eating sugar. I could have told him that. I'm telling him this every single day. What kind of consultation is this?" And Gandhi, very calm and serene, looks at the mother, looks at the son, and says, "We made a deal. Remember? Okay, so the end of the story, just remind me because sometimes I forget. I'm going to give it to you by the end of this talk." Okay, back to our topic, positive education. It all started with Martin Seligman. Martin Seligman was the father of positive psychology. At a certain point he said, the most important thing, the most general thing I learned was that psychology was half-baked, literally half-baked. We had baked the part about mental illness. The other side's unbaked, the side of strength, the side of what you are good at. In other words, this man, the president of American Psychology Association, stood in front of his colleagues and the people and said, "Look guys, you cannot go to, we all go to the psychologist in order to save us from the negative. But the psychologists cannot generate happiness. They can level us up. They can actually make us feel better from the negative, but they cannot generate happiness. And it's high time that positive psychology starts generating happiness." So that's when he started talking about positive emotions. And then Barbara Fredrickson came in, who is the mother in a way, and she came up with this amazing theory, the broaden and build theory, which practically says that she proved actually, not simply says, she proved clinically in academia and through science that the more positive emotions you have, you more you open your horizon, you broaden your view, you broaden your perspective. And not only that, when he talks about building up, he talks about spiraling feelings. So the more positive I feel, the more of the same feelings I generate around me, which is a very, very important finding. And I think it makes sense, this kind of generating of positive feelings. And Seligman was really, really uneasy. I mean, he knew that this cannot stand only within the limits of psychology. So he took the plane and he went to that school in Australia, the Geelong Grammar School, back in 2007. He stayed there for 7 to 8 months, and he came up all the research with this book, which is called Positive Education. Seligman knew that the right channel for positive psychology was through school, was through your classrooms. And the people he used were not psychologists, were people like you. They were teachers. At the end of the day, you don't have to have a university degree in order to be kind, in order to be empathetic, in order to be passionate about what you are doing. And these positive feelings, as I said in the previous talk, we all have them inside us. So that's actually where he invested, and it really, really worked. And it really, really worked because he saw some amazing results. Now, if you want to make this even more specific, I highly recommend that you get this book by Express Publishing, the English for 21st Century Skills, because this is an anthology of academics talking about different topics. And inside this anthology, this collection, there is also this amazing paper by Sarah Mercer. Sarah Mercer is another very important persona talking about positive emotions. And she manages to define that actually language classes are maybe the best environment for these positive feelings to be generated. Language classes are the perfect place to integrate an emphasis on well-being and language learning, given that we typically focus on other educational goals beyond narrowly defined linguistic ones. So it's part maybe of our content anyway, it's part of what we are doing, and this can actually foster a really nice environment for positive learning. So we may have the right context to do that. However, those of you who are thinking, okay, George, you convinced me, what should I do? There are, for sure, there are certain qualifications that you can get, but before that, I would like to stress 3 basic fundamental steps for teachers, and I think also for human beings in general. So the first thing that I think you should do, and it's not accidental because I'm participating in several European projects right now, and I'm talking a lot with teachers in an academic context, but that's where we all start. We all start with self-reflection. And sometimes I have, people and even teachers, educated people, looking at me and saying, what exactly are you talking about? This is so simple. That's exactly what I'm saying. Self-reflection is something so simple and personal, but nobody does it. Step back. Take 1 hour per day, half an hour, 30 minutes for yourself. Start thinking. Start getting information. And start working in your mind why you are doing this, if you want this, if you don't want this. It's something that literally, my friends, changed my life back in the COVID times, because I stopped traveling and I had time to think. So it was, for me, what it was really miraculous was 1 hour walking per day. With starting from March 2020 until now, I do it every day. No matter if I'm in Tirana, no matter if I'm in Ivory Coast, no matter if I'm in Morocco, I always walk 45 and 1 hour per day just for me to start, my self-reflection. Some other people that I know, they watch Netflix. They don't watch Netflix, they pretend that they watch a movie and then start thinking. Some others, they take their boat and go out on the sea. Some others take their dogs out for a walk and they're thinking. But self-reflection is the most important thing. And you all start with receiving information from the books that you read, from the audiobooks that you listen to, from other sources. You reflect and you introspect. Does this work for me? And this goes on and it goes on every day. And this is where you form your own thought, your own mantra, your own why, as Simon Sinek says. Keep your own course journal, keep your notes you find useful, reflect on them after creating the ideal context. It can have different forms. Meditation is the advanced form of self-reflection. I would say start with the basics. And then, if you really like that, then move on to meditation. This is advice number 1. Advice number 2, I don't know if Elona, or if you have read in my curriculum vitae, I think I consider myself really blessed because I have traveled to 92 different countries. So I think I have completed more hours of flight even compared to a novice pilot. So there's a lot of airplane time for me. And every time I was entering the plane, I could see this particular sign. And I could not actually understand, I could actually semantically understand what that was all about, but there was something wrong about this phrase. Put on your own oxygen mask before helping those around you. As I said, the message is very clear and I think we all understand, but I have a small objection. This message is not as imperative as it should have been. It does not say that, look, if you don't put on your own oxygen mask, you won't be able to save or help anybody. The one act depends on the other. This is not very clear from that phrase how imperative this is. And this is exactly the same for positive education. If you don't apply this on yourself first to see that it fits, that you can actually be positive, you will never be able to transmit it to somebody else. You need to go through this self-intervention, as you can see on the screen. First help yourself, then help the others. And of course, the third point is take action. Become the embodiment of it. What's the point of lecturing about positive education if you cannot apply it? If people come to you and somehow they can sense some aggressiveness or sometimes negativity, okay? It takes a lot of effort, but that's when you actually become what you preach. It's called authenticity, and that's another great character strength and value that I think we should have not only as educators, but as people. When you are here, when you are in your class, be as authentic as possible and take action. Make this a reality. Now there is so much material and so many different things that you can actually do. So these are the three pillars, I think. And if we are to summarize this, I would quote from Justin Robinson, who I think he still is the director of studies at Geelong Grammar School, that he practically says, look guys, positive education is not taught, it's caught. So it's all about the attitude, and it's all about how much of this you can actually embody or put in practice. It's a practical approach. We have seen the basics. Now you may need your whys. Okay, why should I do that? This is one of the many many researches that you can find on the net that refer to negative feelings in education. Actually, I have put this here because I think and I find this research as like a punch in the stomach. It was published not very long ago, in 2018, by the American College Health Association, and it refers to the biggest universities in the USA. Yale, Stanford, what else, Harvard, all of them are part of this research. And actually what they tried to find was what was the actual academic impact that negative feeling had to the students of these universities. And they tried to actually spot the actual negative feelings. Look here, stress, 31.9%. Anxiety, 25.9%. Depression, 16.9%. These are students that actually, I mean, these are universities that students would actually kill to be in this position. How can you be at Yale and be unhappy? Why you should actually go to Harvard and feel all this stress? What's the point around that? That's one of the data. Another one that has to do with COVID and has to do with the trauma that this created, the negative feelings to the kids after COVID. It comes from this particular source, and it says, results indicated that a significant number of students reported being occupied with worry and stress related to COVID-19, and that it negatively affected their comfort while on campus. But as my friend Malcolm, I'm a great fan, Malcolm Gladwell says, I don't need the data. I know that the negative feelings exist in all the classes all over the world. I know that there are many cases that there have been characterized as hopeless cases, and they keep on moving and nobody helps them. I have seen a lot of stress, I have seen a lot of anxiety, I have seen a lot of struggling in many, many everyday classrooms. And I'm sure that if we had time, you would actually name some of them from your classes. So the first why for today is that we need to procure for these negative feelings so not to happen. And we can do that by creating a lot of positivity. Now, I'm not going to give the research yet, but #1 reason for bullying is definitely these kind of problems, that they usually backfire to bullying. If you can procure, you start harvesting respect, kindness, and all these positive feelings, you have a very good chance to eliminate all these conditions that you have seen before. The second why, I'm going to try to give it to you through a test. So, Marcella, don't say anything because you know this, okay? Which are the 2 days in the whole world that are days off for everyone and you are not allowed to do anything at all? What do you think? No. What did you say, sorry? Easter, Christmas. No. Anything else? Any other? Sorry? No. No, no. A little bit more of Gandhi. There are 2 days in the year that I cannot do anything. Yesterday and tomorrow. And this is actually the main mantra of positive emotions and psychology. Focus on today. You cannot change yesterday and you don't have to worry about tomorrow. This is really important, not simply to raise your hand and say to your students, but become the embodiment of it. Focus on today. How you can do that? That's the focus on the present I was telling you before. Ask them to focus on their studies now so as to reap the rewards later on. If you keep on mentioning this in different occasions, in different cases, focus on now, stop the stress, stop worrying, like Miyagi did with Ralph Macchio. Okay, stay focused, the best karate is still inside you. You need to put, it's like John said, you know, put the place, put the framework in between these words so that the kids with dyslexia are not going to be distracted. It's more or less the same idea. Savoring. This is a very important idea that we neglect, not only as teachers, but also as people. Take 5 minutes, and enjoy what you have around you. Observe, see, decide. We don't practice that. And this might reflect on what you have learned, how this is going to be useful. We tend to underestimate these activities, but these are the moments that the students start realizing, well, this might have some value here. Having a great time now can robust students with resilience for difficulties that may come in the future. That's another great reality and principle of positive psychology. I'm robusting myself. I gather up resources for adversity that may come, because adversity and bad news will definitely come. Sometimes it might be serious, sometimes not, but we need to accept this, as we said in the previous talk. And of course, by practicing 1, 2, 3, simply by dedicating some time, you shift the students to another level of mindfulness, because they simply stop and think. They go through all the stages. Don't you take for granted that they do it. We don't do it as adults because we don't have time. But mindfulness is exactly, the first step is stop and think. That's all. What you are going to think, it's another story and it doesn't matter. But it's important that you start evaluating the process itself. There are many trainers talking about values, and I would actually couldn't agree more. However, here I'm going to give another perspective, and I will try to explain why. Well, I think because values are like a compass. which shows what it means to be sincere with ourselves. It's what we are in our lives now. It's not what we would like to become. Might be simply a dream. This might be simply thin air. It's not what we think we should be. It's all about authenticity, I was telling you before. And honestly, there is no right or wrong question here or answer. Any value is acceptable, provided that you go through the process or some of the steps that I have told you before, that you have thought about it, that you have accepted it. But imagine this going through the English lesson, how you can actually help your students realizing this. However, here, I have another story that it was taught to me by my kids. I have two daughters, they are 17 years old, and now they start, some very important university entrance exams for their lives. However, me, not being 17, but 51, I was raised from my parents who I love them, they are excellent, they are wonderful, they have helped me a lot. But back then, and maybe you will agree with me, my parents used to tell me what you can see right now on the screen. George, if you want to be successful, you need to have certain values. You need to study hard, you need to find a good job, you need to make a lot of money, you need to make a family, and then, if you achieve all these, you are going to be happy. Well, I have achieved all of them, I am happy, but I'm not 100% sure that this is, the main reason why I have achieved my happiness. And my kids now, going through this very stressful year, they told me, Dad, have you ever thought that it might be the other way around? That it's not about being successful, being rich in order to be happy, but first being happy in order to be successful. And I dare say that they have a point. Because if you are miserable, if you are full of negative feelings, if you don't enjoy what you are doing, if you don't know what your why, if you haven't thought, you can never be happy. First, you need to find what makes you happy and then be successful. And I have another way to prove that. Exactly. Achieving success and value won't make you necessarily happy, but you need to have happiness and values so to achieve success. And that is why more and more trainers, including me, they talk about well-being, they talk about positive feelings, because this is what we are lacking from our classes, and I dare say lives today. People need to have and feel a happier note. Then you can focus, then you can actually change your perspective and achieve things that you want. And those of you who attend conferences, they may have seen that maybe I love Bloom's taxonomy, okay? And I love this hierarchy of the cognitive domain, remembering, understanding, applying. But then Maslow came in with the basic hierarchy of needs, and he said, look guys, these are very good, but how can you actually practice cognitive domain and critical thinking if you haven't satisfied your basic physiological needs? If you haven't covered your basic safety needs? If you don't feel love and belonging, esteem, self-actualization. So I would say that what we propose here through positive education is flipping these two charts. First, basic needs, then this. Nothing wrong with that, I repeat. I love that theory. I used to lecture on that theory. But I feel that if you are lacking this, and if you think about it, you can never reach this point. You are not focused. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say. The positive educator should either show the students all the paths of different values or simply help the students find their own values. It's all about being the mentor. It's all about being the coach. You never raise the finger, you never actually dictate, you never simply say this is what is right for you. You simply show the path. You decide whether you're going to follow it or not. And that's, you know, I don't know if John Lennon ever said that, but anyway, I loved it. When I went to school, they asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I wrote down happy. They told me I didn't understand the assignment, and I told them they didn't understand life, which maybe gives you another why we go through all this process. If it's not for happiness, then what is it then? So values is number 3, and also I'm a great advocate of teaching values, those of you who are at primary levels or at any levels through stories, and this is something that actually Carol Dweck very clearly, again, recommends in many of her articles and in also the Growth Mindset book, because they become the stories, they become the daily embodiment, reminder, expression of values. Stories of successful people make success contagious. And specifically, stories about, there's this amazing story about Michael Jordan, this is amazing story about Lionel Messi. You can find many other different stories that can actually inspire your students. They are highly, highly recommended. Some misconceptions. What POSED isn't. Number 1, it's not about being happy all the time and not avoiding negative emotions. You are going for the full range of the emotion. That's what we saw in the previous talk. We do not avoid adversity. We do not avoid, you know, that things will go bad at a certain point. POSED is not securing a child away from failure or adversity. On the contrary, I want you to fail. I want you to make a mistake because I want you also to deal with this mistake. This is how we move on. It's not one-size-fits approach, which means that it's, you know, people ask me like this is like a magic wand. It's not a magic wand. It's something that you invest and you move on and progress with this day by day. And it's not another program to introduce. There are no magic wands here. It's this practice, trial and error period. And sorry, I love this quote. We refer to ourselves as passionate, not as experts. And this guy, he's actually a doctor. He's a very well-educated man. But he talks about this embodiment, the passion, this zest that he has as an educator. This is what can actually inspire the classes of today. It's a proactive approach, which means that we need to take action. It's a whole school approach. If you read this book about positive education, you will see that part of this context were people like the janitors up to the CEO of the school, the director of studies. They were all part of this program, being kind, helping, smiling, being compassionate. It's an evidence-based approach, which we still find, and we make a lot of, they conduct a lot of research, many specialists trying to find different findings, and it's a strength-based approach. And this will bring me to what I show you and how I started the talk before. As educators, we can foster character strengths as the common language for practicing POSED. I highly recommend the character strengths, and actually I'm preparing a workshop with that, and I'm going to repeat it one more time. Anything that you practice through your own teaching, through your own personality, through your own materials that is within the sphere of this circle, it can only do good to your students. You are within the sphere of positive education. And I think the character strengths is a context that is so broad that it gives you many, many options and opportunities to practice different things. This is the viacharacter.org, where you can take the survey and the test I was telling you before. And this is an activity of mine that you can take actually the photo. Practically what you do, this might be a workshop or an activity that can last for even 1 month, okay? You have the students take the test, maybe secondary students, and then they can discuss about the different character strengths. This is something that I'm planning for the future here as a workshop. We can actually form different teams, and we can organize small debates. People can try to convince about the other character strength, which is the best, and this generates more positive emotions. and language at the same time. And I dare say, Express Publishing has a brand new book which is called For Minds, that it's full of positive tasks. The same stands for #English as well. Many, many activities that can be twisted into positive education. Okay, I'm approaching a little bit to the end. Before that, because there is something specific that I want you to focus, I have another question for you, and I want you to be very fair. There is no right or wrong question, just let me know what you think. You were shot, let's imagine, during an armed robbery. You were injured, but you survived. You narrate the incident to a friend. Do you feel lucky or unlucky? How many people think themselves as unlucky? No, you? Okay, good. No, good. And the rest of you lucky. Okay? All right. You are not the only one. Every time I have asked this question, unlucky. All right, I accept it. All right, I accept this. But my point here is that the fact is the robbery. This does not change. It happened. It's an adversity. But how you see it and how you interpret it says a lot about you. If you see the things in a more positive or in a less positive way, which there is nothing wrong with that. So what I'm trying to tell you is how can we find maybe the power of changing our perspective. That's an amazing survey. Hotel maids don't always realize their jobs qualify as exercise. So they asked 12 different Latin American maids in the United States and whether actually they realize that with what they do every single day, lifting mattresses, sweeping the floor, climbing the stairs up and down, all these tasks on a daily basis, they add it up that they exceeded the Surgeon General's guidelines for fitness. In other words, these ladies, by doing their job, they were actually practicing very high level of fitness. And the very same moment that they told them so, they started losing weight. Before that, it wasn't happening. When they realized the benefits of what they do anyway every day, they started losing weight, which means that maybe tells me a lot about how you change your perspective. This guy, that comes from my country, Protagoras, said, there is no objective truth because man is the measure of all things. Keanu Reeves in Matrix, knows very well what the Matrix was all about. Knows that this is a fake world, but he decides to stay. In 1984, policeman O'Brien tortures Mr. Smith, John Hart, to accept that 1 + 1 = 3. And Mr. Smith does not concede because he knows that the very same moment that he is going to agree that 1 + 1 = 3, the whole universe for him will change. So, my friends, bottom line, what I'm trying to tell you is, do we dare to know, like Immanuel Kant said? Have we trained our students to risk the possibility that what you want and what is true are different things? Because in both cases, all this has to do with your beliefs, your perspective. This guy is not the first person who said that. He's one of my trainers in the university, but it was a very clear-cut expression. Our beliefs are forming our expectations. So if we can help the students, if we can help ourselves chasing this perspective, we may see the things with a more positive view and a more positive perspective. And that's exactly what I'm asking you to practice in your classes. Perspective, critical thinking. My teachers at the university, they have always telling me, George, there is always another opinion. About what you say, no matter how well justified it is, always try to find the different opinion. And that's how I get back to the slide about mindfulness. By training the students to learn that it's not only about what you think. Someone else may have another opinion. Listen to it. Respect, empathy, kindness, positive feeling, mindfulness. All through this practice of perspective. Here I have some examples from the Express Publishing books, but I'm sure you can find so many that exactly go through towards this direction. There is always another possibility. Try to change your perspective. And if you want to make it easier, do you know this movie, Sliding Doors? Have you ever watched this? This is the absolute movie about perspective with Gwyneth Paltrow. I think it's 2000, back from 2004 or 2007. So it's the same story, the same facts, but seen from different people. And it's so amazing because everyone interprets this in a different way. All I'm saying is make our students aware about this and train them towards this possibility. These are some suggestive perspective activities. Encourage young people to consider the feelings of different characters in a story and talk about why they might feel the way they do. Practice putting challenges into perspective and think about the best and the worst case scenarios, and always, push for the other opinion. So these are the two models for positive education that I highly recommend. This is the character strengths circle. I talked to you about that. There is another one by Seligman, the PERMA, positive emotions, engagement, positive relationships, meaning and accomplishment. In a way they overlap, but for educators, I highly recommend this one because, as I said before, it's more detailed, it's more broad, and chances are that you will find more activities to practice in your classes. Sorry, this is not for you. And that's the final, phrase for today. Remember, it's not caught. It's not taught, I'm sorry. It's caught. So it's also about your embodiment and how much of it you put it in practice. Thank you. The end of the story. Do you want to listen to the end of the story? So Gandhi looks at the mother, looks at the son, and says, "Lady, 3 weeks ago, I also used to eat sugar." So he didn't want to risk an advice before he actually tried it himself. He became the embodiment of the advice he gave to his students. Practice what you preach. Thank you again.
Okay. Anika të audio sa? S'ka gja, kjo punon, po më sa duket e ka fika i djali atje. Jo. Se di. Dhe të vim, i zoti. S'ka gja. Atëherë, duke ju falenderoj jashtë mase për pjesëmarrjen. Thank you for your participation. We are very grateful. We are very grateful for your participation. Some of you have traveled from very far, and we appreciate that. For your active participation, and I would like to express our gratitude to the speakers on the interesting topics that we've heard tonight. So, just a few seconds, George Kokolas was addressing us on the Zest vaccine, and I think each one of us here agrees that from time to time we need a little shot of adrenaline in the classroom or in what we're doing. So from time to time we need to reconsider that. We need a little bit of passion, we need a little bit of enthusiasm in our classrooms. On the other hand, we heard some very interesting things about dyslexia and some approaches as to how we can, first of all, try to understand these people with special learning difference, okay, and how to approach them and how to possibly facilitate and their learning and make it easier. So I was very glad that we had this opportunity. And on the other hand, we had again another very positive contribution on positive education. So I hope we will remember some of the I hope that we will remember some of the tips of POSED and take them with us as we go. In the room next door, across the hall, they had, I was not there because I was here, they had Christine Combe with her presentation on excellence in English language teaching, which I believe was very valuable. And so we all of us want to be thankful to our wonderful speakers.
Okay, I am overwhelmed. I am so happy to have the audience full at almost 7 o'clock. I'm so happy, and thank you to all the teachers who participated here. I hope that these trainings were interesting and valuable for your teaching experience. Other trainings, very interesting training sessions will be in parallel sessions in these universities. So we have tomorrow, starting from 9 o'clock in the same room, we have the president of ITEFL, Alexandra Popovsky, who is going to make a speech in the morning about teaching and after the pandemic, the teaching conditions and all things that teachers need to adjust. After that, we have 4 classrooms with parallel sessions, and you can choose which session you want to attend. And we have online plenaries as well with distinguished professors who couldn't come here in Albania. I would like to give, in the end, a massive thank you to all the ELTA board who has been supporting me all these months to organize this event. Thank you to each of you. Thank you, Arben. Thank you, Professor Shpresa, Vice President. Professor Shpresa has been giving a huge contribution over the years and even for this conference. So thank you so much, Shpresa. Thank you, Loanza, Altin, Amela, Mirella, Etleva, and all the others who were present here. One more announcement. After we finish here, Professor Spresa is going to greet you only. So it will be a short greeting, and we will have a bus at our disposal to go straight to the dinner party that is sponsored by CD Education. So we have a dinner party and we have a DJ, so we are going to dance tonight. And we have prizes for the teachers offered by our sponsors, okay? So thank you very much for being here. Professor Spresa.
Okay, now I cannot sit. I just want to say, we should be tired. No. Teachers are never ever tired. Be happy and keep your mind as like Marisa tells us about us to learn and to move to our future generation. We have to educate not only the mind, but mainly the heart of our students. If we educate students, we ourselves are going to be beloved by everyone. So, as Rita Pearson said, one of the greatest teachers in the United States, she said, we are champions. So the teachers are champions. And our kids in our schools, our students at the university, they need champions. And you are the champions to teach your students in your classes with any kind of values that you teach. So hope this conference is going to provide you with bright ideas and insights in teaching, learning, loving one another, and why not to love one another here in our conference. And I felt very happy meeting my old friend, my new friend, my former student, my new student, and so on. So, give a hug to everyone, like we do with our kids, shake hands, and your teaching and your career and your profession. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone. A big thank you even to the ITs who have been supporting us and marketing. And thank you Altin as well. He's brought many teachers from Lartë. Altin, thank you. And thank you to all the teachers traveling from abroad. Thank you so much. See you at 7:30. Teachers from Kosovo, from Shkodra, from Durrës, from Puka, from Vlora, from Korça. Thank you. Masin Kruja. I'm sorry if I forget anyone. So see you outside to take some pictures, and then we take the bus to go to the party.